Tech Talk, time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. It's your friendly neighborhood philosopher here, D. Wood. With me, as is frequently the case, we've got the apostate prophet, and less frequently, we've got the scarecrow from the Wizard of Oz. Is that what you are, or are you something else?
I'm just here ready to do some Islamic apologetics.
I'm trying to figure out if you're going with the scarecrow, or if you're playing off him using multiple straw men.
Yeah, it might be a straw man. Just saying.
Okay, might be a straw man. Hey, we have a super chat here from Reasoned Answers. Hang on, let me just go through these first couple of super chats. Even at such an ungodly hour for Europeans, guys, why would Americans go by the clocks of Europeans? Why would it be like, oh, this is what time works for us? Let's go by the time of the Europeans who hate us.
Because Europe is the center of human civilization. That's what they think. That's what you're supposed to go by. It's like when Muhammad was praying toward Mecca, you're supposed to also go by Europe as an American. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Seal of the Prophet said, why would you think that seal signified last? Well, because the idea is like a seal. Back in the day, if you sent a letter, you'd roll it up and you'd put your seal and wax on it. So if Muhammad is the seal, it sounds like the message is all done. I don't know why that would mean that there can't be another prophet after him, but that would just be the Quran. There are passages in the hadiths which really make it sound like Muhammad's the final prophet. But as far as the Quran, yeah, you'd have to, if you're just sticking with the Quran, seal of the prophets, you could kind of make a fairly weak case that this means last, but it wouldn't necessarily be so. You could say, hey, the entire message is here for you. The entire message is all wrapped up, but, God's going to send prophets in the future to bring you back to it or something like that. I don't know.
What a weird animal to pick, though, like a seal.
Yeah.
Could have gone with a walrus or something like very stupid.
Yeah. It gets really weird when you go to the Muslim sources and they talk about the giant mole on Muhammad's back being the seal of the prophets. And it's like, it almost sounds like they had some notion of the seal of the prophets, and then like later generations of Muslims decided what that meant. Something like that. I don't know. And here we have Reasoned Answers. Yeah, guys, the weird guy on the left is Thaddeus from Reasoned Answers. And this is... he says here, where can my Scythe be? Most cowardly, he ran away from me. Where's Scythe last dissed? Yeah, this whole show came from you, Thaddeus. So let me just recap the chain of events here for us. And we're going to go through some videos here.
Yeah, so about 2 years ago, a little more than 2 years ago, I put out a video, 100 Reasons Islam is False. And over time, that video moved up in the search rankings and now routinely ranks in the top 2 or 3 for questions like reasons Islam is false or why is Islam false. And as a result, a couple of Muslim apologists have tried to make videos countering it. People with very small, insignificant channels. I did reach out to them and give them the opportunity to come and discuss with me live. No one did that. But now we have Scythe Talk, who has put out a video. Now, he is somewhat notable. He has 50,000 subscribers or so. So his video has generated, 25,000-ish views. I thought it would be worth responding to. My video has close to 250,000 views now over 2 years because of it routinely ranking in search. I get constant comments from Muslims every day telling me how I have been refuted. After Scythe posted that, I got numerous comments from Muslims. Why have you run from Scythe? And of course, I didn't even know that he was going to do this. He didn't reach out to me or anything, but I've run away because he made a video.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Like, guys, that's the overarching takeaway. We're going to talk about reasons Islam is false and so on, but the overarching takeaway of all these interactions with the Dawah guys, they want the reputation that they're in charge and everyone's running from them because of their awesome arguments. And we have no clue what planet you guys live on. I mean, a bunch of Christian apologists showed up to Speaker's Corner thinking we're going to have a bunch of debates with the Muslim guy. They ran. They scattered like ants to avoid interacting with people who actually know the Dawa script and so on. And AP, how many times have we invited people like Fareed on here? Tell him to bring whoever he wants. Like
many times, but we have never invited Saif Talk because we are scared of Saif.
Because we're scared of his powerful arguments.
Yes.
So it's this weird.
Did invite him.
Yeah, it's this weird situation.
You can see here that they are admitting they are scared of me because I would prove them wrong with all my arguments.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They never seem to understand sarcasm, so he'll take that clip and you see, they are scared of me. But it's this weird situation where they want the reputation of people that have us on the run when we can sit here with our arms outstretched all day long saying, join us to talk about this. Keep in mind, I'm not saying if someone invites you on, you're under no obligation to debate. You're under no obligation to have discussions with people you disagree. You don't have to do any of that. You can make videos and stuff and make video responses. The point is for your fans who think that we're scared here and we're saying, hey, we're totally open to having discussion. Hey, matter of fact, that point that you just made a video, so you didn't like what Thaddeus said, and then you made a video responding. Why don't we play both videos? You join us. We'll all have a big discussion. They won't come near it. They won't come near it. And what I think, Thaddeus and AP, what I think is the case is when they give their responses in their videos, that's just made for their fans. That is only made for their fans, just to kind of calm their concerns about Islam. But they know that these responses would never work for anyone who's examining this remotely critically. So they want to give the response for their fans. So their fans go, oh, yes, he's been what a powerful response. But they don't want anyone actually responding to it who would rip these points to shreds. That's my theory. But let's go ahead and play the little challenge that Thaddeus posted for Saif Talk to show you that Saif Talk was challenged. He was challenged to join us since he's been responding. Here we go.
Hello, Saif.
This is rude.
Or Sif. Or Saifi. Safifi. Syphilis. Whatever your name is. I've seen your little video. You think you're smart? You think you've destroyed my...
Guys, I apologize in advance for the rude way that Thaddeus interacts with people.
100 reasons that Islam is false? Interesting. Very interesting. I know Islam ignores it. But there is this thing called context. In my video, I explain why I'm making the points you refuted, but you ignore that and make up straw men instead.
Straw men?
I wonder why. Are you incompetent? Are you perhaps illiterate? Or are you a deceiver who couldn't address the actual points?
Like your God.
Let's have a little chat and find out. David Wood has agreed to host and react to your little video with me. I've seen your channel. I know that you chase views, jumping on every hot trend that you think will gain you another subscriber. So I know you'd love to have access to David's 250,000 Christian subscribers. Well, great news. You're invited to attend.
Yep.
Your page claims that you're interested in open dialogue, discussion, and defending Islam.
Yeah, where is he?
Awesome. Here's your chance to do all three and get a bunch of views too. I know you aren't a coward. I know you won't ignore me or make up excuses.
Of course not.
I'd hate for your subscribers to realize that you've run away scared.
Dawa is strong.
So let's do it. Send me an email to pick a date and get the link. See you then.
All right. So as awful as that was to watch with that horrible attitude, So just a recap, you posted 100 reasons Islam is false. Saif eventually recently made a video response to your video. And you're saying that Saif claims on his channel that he's interested in having discussions. So he responded to your video. He's aware of your arguments. And so you responded to him and said, hey, you can actually join us live and we can discuss all this. Wait, no. He posted a video and then his fans come over to you and it's, hey, you've been humiliated by Saif. He destroyed you. He crushed you. You're running from him. Why are you ignoring him? You're scared. You're chicken. And so you respond to everything they're saying because they obviously think that you're scared of him. Hey, join us live and we'll discuss this, and you'll get more access to more viewers and stuff to prove us wrong. And by the way, keep in mind, why would someone not want to do this? Like, we have these arguments that we use against Islam, and they have their responses. And we say, hey, we invite you to give your responses on our channel so that everyone who watches our stuff knows your response. So they know if it's a good argument and they don't want to go near it. And that makes me think that they don't think that they actually have good responses. But anyway, so you posted that. What's the response been?
Yeah, complete silence. Not only did I post that video, his email is listed on his page. I emailed him. I was much more polite in the email. I sent that first. And then I elevated it as I was getting no reply. I posted on his channel. I tagged him on that video and on a community post. So I made every attempt to get in touch with Saif and nothing, sadly.
I don't even know what to do at this point because we make arguments. They flip out over the arguments. We invite them to respond to the arguments and they won't do it. Isn't that weird? Like if someone said, it's weird stuff. It's weird stuff. All right, guys. So that's the situation. Now, Thaddeus, I have not watched Saif's response. All I did was scroll through just to get a screenshot for the thumbnail. But you've said he obviously didn't respond to the entire 100 reasons. I think you said he responded to the first several or something like that.
Yes, 7. So he does say that this is part 1. Inshallah, there'll be more parts. I'm going to say there probably won't be, but he says that just responding. This is just part 1. Starts at the beginning of the video, and to his credit, he does play the first 7 in order and says something on each of them.
That's
now
awesome.
He doesn't play the context for why I'm saying the points I am. So then he makes up his own ideas as to why I might have said what I said, even though I tell him exactly why I'm making these points. He just ignores that and plays me quoting the hadith and says, how is this an argument against Islam? I watched just enough of the video to confirm that is what he was doing, kind of skimmed through it like you did. I started watching it straight through and I was laughing too hard. I'm like, nope, I need to react to this live. So
we're interesting. Here. So we're going into this somewhat blind. I'm completely blind because I have no idea what he's saying. And you aren't entirely sure about what he's saying because you sort of skimmed through it. AP, as always, is completely in the dark.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So
it might be career ending today, right?
That's what I was thinking. Like in theory, since we don't know what this guy's saying, we might start playing and might be like, whoa, I never thought of that before. That guy blew my mind. Okay. All right. Let's take these, take a couple more super chats and then we'll jump into, so little side note, Saif, I don't know if there was some reason you stopped at point number 7, but you should have done 10. You should have gone all the way to 10 and said first 10 and then had it be 10 in a 10-part series. That's how you do it. Come on. This is 101 here, trying to help you.
Well, the fact when you get to number 7, I think you'll know why he ended on that one, because he thinks that he has humiliated me on number 7. So that's why he doesn't go any further, I think.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So 7777. All right. So what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch the beginning of Thaddeus's video. It's a sort of rapid fire. So once he gives an introduction, then he goes sort of rapid fire through the points. But we'll just watch his first 7 points, and then we'll watch Scythe Talk's response. And by the way, isn't it? I have to say, it's somewhat generous of us to say, hey, we will play all your criticisms of our arguments. We will share all your criticisms. And hats off to Scythe for actually playing the points that you used, although you're saying that he's straw manning you. But we'll be the judge of that. Me and AP, as of right now, do not know whether he has straw manned you or not.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not, yeah.
Probably not.
Yep, that is very fair, right? Maybe I'm actually, don't have a brain, so we'll see.
Indeed.
We will find out today.
Monkey Mike says bananas is the way. It would be neat if you could get Derek Gilbert on sometime. His book, Bad Moon Rising, traces the pagan roots of Islam. If you want to trace the pagan roots of Islam, just read the Quran.
That's pretty rude, because everyone knows that there are no pagan roots in Islam. It is the one true religion directly sent by Allah to the Prophet Muhammad with the angel Jibreel, who choked him and said, "Read." That's how it happens.
Monkey Mike says, I agree with AP. Europe is indeed the center of civilization. That's your view?
It is. Yes.
Oh,
definitely.
hey, and AP, which part of Europe is the center of civilization, I wonder? Oh, let me guess. The German part?
Of course.
Well,
duh.
It's not even a question. Of course it is.
God bless you, brothers. Oh, hi, AP.
Who?
Giovanni says, can you guys react to the Islamic AI debate versus Christian AI? I think you'll be surprised about the arguments brought up. Ooh, there's an Islamic AI versus Christian AI?
What? Where is that?
Interesting. You checking that out? That would be fun to cover. Unless it's like 17 hours long. David, I'm currently studying at Oxford University. Sent email to your Hotmail. Functional tonight about tactics for combating UK radicalization. Let me know if you're keen. I'm an old friend of Nabila Michelle's from Houston. I will just verify now whether I've got your email at my Hotmail.
Wow, there is indeed a video where some guy configured AI to have an actual debate as if it was between a Christian and a Muslim about Jesus. And in fact, it has currently like 400,000 views or so. It's not a joke.
Hey, you know what's funny? Years ago, Mike Licona wrote a book called Paul Meets Muhammad or something like that. And he wrote it, but he wrote it as a, he writes it and just all of a sudden like Paul and Muhammad are having, when he first wrote it, his original draft, when he first wrote it, it's just Paul and Muhammad are there and they start having a debate about Jesus' resurrection. And then he had several of us read it and people are saying, well, you're not making it clear how this conversation is actually happening and so on. And so he made it so he rewrote the intro so that it was people in the future came out with AI that was really powerful and really accurate, and you could program it to speak like Muhammad, and you could program the AI to speak like Paul and actually make it debate. And that's funny because that's like 20 years ago. Like 20 years ago, and he came up with the ideas of programming AIs to have these debates. And interesting.
That's funny. That's fun.
All right. Yes, Lear Gill. I have your email here. It went into my junk mail, but I see it, so I'll check that out later. Love you and AP. Also, D Wood is Bakugu, and Mike Winger is Midoriya. So I guess Bakugu is some cool character, and Mike Winger is some stupid, horrible villain. Some anime or something like that. What?
Yeah. Just because it sounds kind of Japanese, you're interpreting that as anime. That's very racist.
All right, we got more super chats. I want to get in this video, but this one's actually this one is a good right here. A YouTuber named Muslim Ninja also attempted to debunk Thaddeus's video. He kept calling Thaddeus a liar like Paul and a liberal throughout.
I think that's the guy who tagged me on Twitter, and he's like, "You can make video responses, but I won't talk with you live." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not giving you more attention with video responses. You want my attention, you got to do it my way, which is a live chat."
Yeah. All right. So, wait. So that's another guy who wants to respond to you, but not actually have anything remotely resembling an actual interaction. Huh. Strange. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and jump into this. Let's go ahead and jump into Thaddeus's first 7 reasons. And we'll see how dumb they are.
A Muslim recently asked me if I could provide one reason why Islam is false. No, I'm afraid I can't do that. It would be far too hard to limit myself to just one.
I like how Thaddeus always amuses himself. Yeah. Like if you ever watch Thaddeus watching Thaddeus, he really cracks himself up.
It's true. It's hard to edit my videos because I'm too busy laughing at them.
You know, I remember. You know who's actually like that? Jack Black. He said that. He says he has problems watching his own stuff because people see him cracking up at his own stuff. And
welcome back to Reasoned Answers. I normally focus on in-depth answers to theological questions, but today I have a milestone to celebrate. I recently released my 100th video, and to celebrate, I'm going to list 100 reasons why I believe Islam is false.
Hey, Sam and I made a series years ago where we went through 50 reasons Muhammad is a false prophet. And then, but we actually went into detail. It was like, I think we did them in batches of 10 for like 2-hour shows or hour shows or 2-hour shows, something like that. But we did batches of 10. And then once it was all over, I just did a rapid fire summary. I said, so Muhammad, blah, 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 blah. He blah, 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 blah. And I did a rapid fire. But then that one little clip did really well, even though it was only 5 minutes long because it was just a rapid fire summary. But you doubled it. You doubled it, 100. So we have 100 reasons Muhammad, why Islam is false.
And I did have to leave things out. I did actually have more than 100. So I had to narrow it down to only 100. Shocking.
Yeah, because it's making me think I need to make something titled 101 Reasons Islam is False.
One up me.
Yeah.
I see how obviously, with 100 reasons to get through, I can't spend much time on each, lest we be here all night. But I will put the references on the screen and encourage you to verify the Islamic texts actually say what I claim. This isn't a countdown, but I've grouped things thematically, with the most devastating category coming last, so things will get meatier as we go. And yes, even with 100 spots to fill, I did have to leave a lot of good stuff off the list. With all that out of the way, let's jump in. First up are self-serving revelation and special privileges. A prophet receiving a revelation that benefits only him is a hallmark of cults.
That's true.
Sure. It doesn't prove revelation false, strictly speaking, but it sure is a big red flag. And Muhammad raised so many red flags, you'd think you were at a communist rally. The Quran, the book which claims to be guidance.
Look at Thaddeus cracking up at his own terrible joke. That was actually pretty good.
No, actually, I was smiling at your reaction to that, being like, "Oh man, I can't believe he just said that." I'm like, "Yep, I did."
Anyway, I might steal that one. I might steal that one at some point.
For all people in all ages, contains the utterly useless command to not overstay your welcome at Muhammad's dinner party because he's too shy to tell you himself. But thankfully, Allah isn't shy like that. After Muhammad got caught having sex with his slave girl, despite having numerous wives whom he supposedly visited all in the same night, he made a promise to his angry wives that he would stop. That is until Allah rebuked him for making the oath. Muslim men are limited to 4 wives, but not Muhammad. He gets as many as he wants, thanks
You get 4, I get more.
to a special decree of Allah.
Actually, this is not an argument against Islam. This is not proof. This is an argument for Islam, and it shows how much Allah cares about Muhammad and how important it is to Allah that Muhammad has his sexual needs satisfied. So, in your face.
Indeed.
Hey, by the way, this is another there's another issue for the collection of things that we were pointing out 10, 15, 20 years ago, and we were called liars for. Whereas now they shout it from the rooftop. So we point out issues like Muhammad and Aisha and killing apostates, which for most of you who are watching out there, I've pointed this out 1,000 times. You have no clue how much it sucked 15, 17, 18 years ago trying to share information about Muhammad, and all the Dawa guys would just say you're lying. And guess what? The overwhelming vast majority of people had no clue what's in the Muslim sources. So you say something, and then all the Muslim leaders say you're lying, and you're just, who is someone supposed to believe? You've got this Christian or this atheist saying something, and all the Muslim leaders say, no, they're lying. Those guys are lying. What do you believe? Well, you either believe that we're lying, or you think, well, I just don't know. I have no way of knowing. And so the point never really spreads. And anyway, fast forward till today, you guys have no clue how good you have it right now, where they admit lots of these things. But this is one of them. The issue of like Muhammad saying, hey, you guys get 4, but I get more, and so on. That's another issue where if you go back 15 years, if we said Islam allows polygamy, they would say, no, it doesn't. That was just for a time, because there were so many men were dying. Wait, what did they say? Yeah. So many men were dying in battle that there were so many women that men had to take all these extra wives. And that was the only point. That was the only point of this all. And Muhammad only did it to care for widows, to care for poor widows. That's the only reason he was marrying all these women. So the idea was it's actually bad. It's actually bad. Polygamy is bad, but it was something regrettable that had to be done for the welfare of these women. Now they're all like, oh, yes, can we lie? And get secret second, third, fourth wives and lie about it to our wives. Of course we can. It's like, you don't need that.
They do still use one aspect of that when they talk about Muhammad's marriage to Aisha, for example, where they acknowledge that he married a child or a young woman, and then they say that the reasoning is generally that, or sometimes the reasoning is that that he did that to, I don't know, take care of her. And they still occasionally bring up this whole aspect of Muhammad, embracing and protecting these women and all that. And it's just so weird, because it never really made sense to me why they think.
Well, you're wrong.
It's a good argument,
because Aisha narrates hadiths.
Yeah. No, it's
but
just
she has to
Aisha
narrate them
narrates hadiths.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's just this issue where I mean, you read the sources and you don't see the reasons that they give, right? So in other words, you read the story about Muhammad and Aisha, and the only story you get is he has a dream. Oh, I have a dream where God is giving me this little 6-year-old girl as my present. That's it. Now that is insanely creepy, that this guy's dreaming about God giving him a prepubescent little girl. That's very creepy. So what do they say? Like, oh, Muhammad saw the potential in her. He saw the potential that this girl would learn many things, especially if he started banging her when she's really little. Sick stuff.
Muhammad said,
Who else is going to narrate hadiths about scraping semen off Muhammad's clothes if it's not for Aisha? I mean, there was no one else who could have done that.
Yeah, that's true. That's important.
Indeed.
Speaking of Muhammad's wives, when 2 of them shared his secrets with each other, Allah revealed a threat, saying they could be replaced in his eternal word. And then there's Muhammad's wife, Sauda. When she grew old, she feared Muhammad would divorce her, so she cut a deal, allowing Muhammad to spend more time with Aisha. Allah endorsed the deal by sending down Surah 4, 128. And just to be sure everyone knew it was okay, Allah added 33:51 as well.
See, Allah cares.
Yeah, little side note, guys. I haven't drawn. We've made a point of this over the years, but needs to be a bigger point that so Muhammad marries Sauda around the same time that he marries Aisha. But years later, Sauda is getting older and heavier, and Muhammad wanted to spend more time with his younger wives and so on, and so he wants to divorce her. And anyway, Sauda negotiates and says, "Hey, just don't kick me to the curb here." Well, she's not even allowed to get married after Muhammad divorces her. So what's going to happen to her? She's like, "Hey, just don't kick me to the curb. Just let me have my house and my food and stuff. And you don't have to spend any time with me. You can spend any time you would have spent with me. You can spend with Aisha and so on." And then the Quran praises her for this agreement. Well, what's going on at the bottom of this story? It's Muhammad's position is, hey, you marry someone. This isn't a commitment for life to take care of this woman for life. It's, hey, once I see a better deal or a better arrangement or something like this, or once you get old, even though I'm old too, I could trade you in for, if I have the ability and the resources to trade you in for a younger model, I'm going to do that. That's the supreme pattern of conduct in Islam. That's your ideal role model. And the Quran praises her for actually finding a way around this that preserves basically her survival. Like, she figures out a way to continue having a place to live in just by renouncing some of her marital privileges and so on. The Quran praises her for this. Great job, lady. Muhammad doesn't want you anymore, but you found a way to take care of yourself. Good job. Notice Allah's response in the Quran is not, what? You think he's going to divorce you? This is the ideal pattern of conduct. He's not going to divorce you. He married you. Of course he's going to take care of you for the rest of your life. Wrong.
And here David doesn't even realize that Sauda herself, she asked for it.
Mm-hmm. She is the one. How dare you? Falsely. You see, they are liars.
And who can forget Zainab, the beautiful wife of Muhammad's adopted son, or should I say ex-wife. After Muhammad saw her scantily clothed, he desired her. Zainab's husband Zayd offered to divorce her, but Muhammad said no. Then mysteriously Allah corrected him with the bizarre excuse that this was done to solve the non-existent problem of people wondering if it was lawful to marry their adopted sons' ex-wives. You might be getting the impression that it was all about women for Muhammad, and you wouldn't be alone in thinking that. Multiple hadith claim Muhammad loved women and perfume above all else, while at least one adds food as well.
He liked food.
I don't know about you, but that sure sounds more like a hedonist than a prophet to me. Which brings us to our next category.
And there you go.
The growth.
Oh, okay. So it's a different category.
Yeah, so 7's a transition.
Hey, change your mic.
What happened?
Well, before the show, I told you to turn it up, but now it sounds distorted when you're starting to speak. Whatever you did before the show started, you did something at the beginning, right?
Yeah, I turned it up.
Oh, okay.
We'll turn it back down.
Yeah, just reverse it. Reverse whatever you did. Because I wanted it to be a little louder, but not distorted. So let's see.
Better now?
Go ahead and talk.
How's it now?
Yeah, it's not distorted at all. It's a little quiet. So just get close to your mic. All right. We're good?
I'll scoot in.
All right. We're good now. All right. So we got those 7 answers, ladies and gentlemen. We got those seven answers, and those were all related to the issue of Muhammad receiving convenient revelations. Now, you're saying, I mean, we're about to see it, but you're saying that he doesn't give the context? Like, what context? Because you just kind of go rapid fire through those.
He just jumps into number 1. He doesn't give any context to why I said it, and then he creates a reason why I said it, imaginary reason, of course. I was going to ask you why I gave the reasons, but you just already said it, that these are about convenient revelation.
Okay.
It's not necessarily about the morals of the situations, although many of them are reprehensible as well. That's not necessarily what the point is.
Okay, so he interprets it, again, I haven't seen it. He interprets this as you saying that this is a moral problem, and because of this moral problem, he can't be a true prophet, which would lead to the obvious objection. What about, do this guy in the Old Testament doing this or that or something like this? Mm-hmm. You wouldn't say, well, David had his buddy killed and so on. So would that make him not a prophet? Whereas the point you're actually making is not, hey, look at this, he did this immoral thing. You're saying, hey, look at this entire family of features where he constantly receives all these revelations that have no purpose other than justifying the horrible things that he's done. You're saying, and you even said, well, this doesn't prove it, but it makes it, these are red flags.
Yeah, exactly. There is a section on Muhammad's morality that comes later in the video, but the purpose of this section was convenient revelation.
All right, everyone got that? So now keep in mind, I have not seen Seif's response. So Seif may not even do what Thaddeus just said.
That's true.
I did not see it either.
You have to judge for yourself. I could be lying. I could just be practicing takia or something.
Takia? Wait, that actually works. Takia? We might need a takia pet.
Hey, look at that. Seif is in the talk. Seif is in the chat. Someone tell David to get me on the call.
Is he?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't believe it.
Click on it. Make sure it's his actual channel.
That's true. It could be an imitator.
If it's him, he could get it. He could get on there with us. Let me just check and verify that it's his channel. Go to channel.
Oh, nope. It's a
fake channel. Fake channel. Nice try. And just for that, you're about to be. Where'd that go? Where'd that Seif Talk go? I'll ban you for.
I am right here in the chat, and they are not allowing me.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Okay.
Where'd that? Okay. Black Angel deleted that. I'm blocking you. Hide user on this channel. Don't imitate another person's channel. D-Wood doesn't like it. All right, take a couple super chats, and then we're going to jump into Seif's response. Now, Thaddeus, here's what's weird. Thaddeus says, oh, he's straw-manning me and misrepresenting me and so on. But Thaddeus admits that he's barely watched the video. He's just skimmed through it. So we don't even know.
That's true.
So we're about to find out.
I've reached that conclusion quite rapidly.
Yeah, Thaddeus proves he doesn't even take the opponent's arguments seriously. He just sort of skims them. And he's accusing someone else of straw-manning. This is... how much bacon grease is needed to cook the black stone? None. It's already cooked. Alan deceives world into believing Jesus was crucified, creating Christianity, and then waits 600 years later for a sinful warlord to let everybody know it's false. Allah made Trinitarians uppermost.
That's powerful.
Yeah, that's multiple issues all rolled into one. So according to Islam, you don't blame the Apostle Paul for inventing belief in Jesus' death. That's something Allah did. Allah tricked people into believing that. And then after tricking that generation into believing that Jesus died, Allah waits centuries and then sends another prophet to say, oh, no, actually, Jesus never died. And then what happened in the meantime? Well, Trinitarian Christianity became uppermost, but Allah says he helped the true followers of Jesus. So yeah, guys, it's good to share those little summaries. You could share it just like that, make a comment like that on Twitter, and then Muslims who don't know what you're talking about go, what? This isn't according to Islam. And you break it down to them. Hope this week has treated y'all well. Kind of off by some days, but with those Ahmadiyya medical doctors, why you shaking, boy?
Hey, our debate with our next debate with the Ahmadis got delayed, right? Like rescheduled.
Yeah, we were supposed to have a second debate with the Ahmadis in I forget when, like 2 weeks or something like that. So this month, and turns out they wanted to postpone they decided to postpone to September or October so they can prepare, which is hilarious. AP. How long did we prepare for that debate? When did we prepare for that debate?
Like on the last day, like the same day or something?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm preparing. It's kind of the night, but it's kind of the night before, but it's the same day. It's like 1 and 2 and 3 in the morning and stuff like that of the day we're about to debate and stuff like that. I jot some things together, and anyway. But I kind of pointed out to AP. Well, in a sense, we've been preparing for years because we've been interacting on these points and stuff. So we're kind of already prepared. But it's funny that they take all this time. They take months to prepare for something. We take a couple of hours to prepare for it,
and it ends up being horrible. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they realized that they did a very terrible job, so they thought, okay, we have to reconsider everything, have to make a new plan, study things properly, come with a new approach. Maybe that's what they're doing. I don't know.
Yeah, to all you Ahmadis out there, there's a saying where I come from: the hills and mountains of wild and wonderful West Virginia. They say you can't polish a turd. And that's I don't normally say that, but that's a saying. And the idea is some things just the parallel here is you taking these arguments and thinking that by preparing much more that these arguments will somehow be good and defensible, and they're not. You just have terrible arguments. Get rid of them.
But in fairness, we'll be able to say them more confidently, which is all that actually matters.
Oh yeah.
That's true.
Islam is complete trash. It's a giant turd. So that's what's being said here.
Yeah. So, but Thaddeus is right. That's what they'll actually be preparing for. They'll be preparing to sound more confident and to be more rhetorically persuasive with their terrible arguments.
Alhamdulillah.
And that's Islam. That's keep in mind that's not a Ahmadi thing. That's a Dawah thing. That was all about sounding confident while you're spouting complete nonsense. I just watched Nadir end Anthony Rogers' career, and he pimp smacked him with facts. In all honesty, listening to Nadir debate Anthony was painful. That's pretty much. Anyone ever heard anyone say that watching Nadir debate isn't painful? Anyone heard?
I've heard Nadir say it.
I specifically, I gave on Modern Day Debate, I told James specifically, James, I'm open to debate offers. Whatever comes from Nadir, I'm not interested. Please don't even email me about this anymore. I'm not interested at all. There is no point to it.
See,
it's ridiculous.
AP is running from me. It seems like that's Nadir's goal, to be as stupid and go off topic so much that and have so few fans that you just look at him and go, what is the point of engaging with this guy? I'm not interested. And then so if he's just like that for years, then no one wants to interact with him, and he can say everyone's running from him. I could probably find the post, but years ago, I busted Nadir for using a fake account to praise his own debate performance. I called it something like textual criticism and Nadir Ahmed or something like this. And it was because I was like, I go, hey guys, look at this comment praising Nadir for doing a great job. Now look at these other things from Nadir's account. Right? I said, look at some of these interesting little features. Notice how he adds a space before he puts a parenthesis. Most people don't do that. I start drawing attention to all these little quirks and how Nadir types and stuff like this. I'm like, notice the similarities between these two comments. So anyway, he was busted.
That's funny. Awesome.
Celeria says, by the way, I saw someone claiming they have one of your Quran shirts, David Wood. Have you made them available now? If so, might you offer a link? Yes, I've shared the link. I think I shared it in a community post, and I think I shared it once on Twitter. But yeah, I will. I'll do that while we're watching Saif. I'll put it in a. Can I post comments in the? Can I post regular comments yet? No, I can't. Afterwards, I'll post a comment. But yeah, you could get those. You could order those now. And everyone needs to have one. It's the only way everyone can be safe. Lars says, I was an Ahmadi's nut. After listening to Saif Talk's argument, I become Jihadi's nut. To the point of no return. Did we ever say that? Jihadi's nuts?
No.
We're going to have to do something with that. I like I don't know how I never came up with all this stuff over the years. ChatGPT told me I was wrong about Mo being covered in semen. Says Mo was committed to being very clean. You see, That sounds like a... Isn't that crazy that that would be a response? Be like, hey, what are all these passages about Muhammad being covered in semen? No, Muhammad was focused on being clean, so those are impossible. What are you talking about? I got all these passages about him being covered in semen. Well, just so everyone knows, me and AP are planning to record Muhammad Meets Queers for Palestine next week.
Yes.
I suspect those semen-covered passages are going to come up.
Oh, no.
I suspect that'll happen. Ah, gosh. All right. We have a bunch of super chats here. I will probably we'll read a couple more, then jump into Saif's video, which we know is going to be powerful. Mike Winger and Inspiring Philosophy, P. Sitting. Well, that would make them Zitzpinklers, but we know that's true of Mike Winger. Inspiring Philosophy, that remains to be seen. I will continue to point out that we don't know what his motives are. Is he trying to infiltrate and destroy that camp from within? It's possible.
I do not for a second believe, and I'm actually disgusted by this accusation, that IP actually does that.
Zitzpinkler. Making a music video endorsed by Hakikachu to the tune of Ed Sheeran's Shape of You. No idea what that is. Having trouble syncing the audio and instrumental. Can anyone please help? If so, how can I get in contact? I would recommend Sal, if you can get in contact with Sal.
Yeah.
Sal is a musical genius. He takes stuff where we're just saying stuff during a live stream, and he mixes it and gets it to line up with the beat. So he has serious skills at that. All right. AP, are Paul's letters canon if he's from Tarsus, Turkey? AP's argument against the Apostle Paul.
Yes.
All right. Are we ready to jump into this powerful response by Saif?
Mm-hmm.
Gosh,
I'm ready to retire. So
he's just so hard to listen to, man. I will tell you something. Okay, here we go. All right, guys. We're gonna check out. Oh, by the way, little side note. So, guys, you can see Thaddeus here is going rapid fire through these. He's spending a few seconds giving his individual points. We're not going to watch the full video. We're going to because we want to get into Saif's responses to that first batch of 7. We saw the first list of 7 reasons that are all related to Muhammad receiving convenient revelations that have no purpose other than satisfying his desires. The link to the full video, the link to the full 100 reasons Islam is false, that is in the description box. So you can check that out afterwards to get the full list of 100. As for us, we're going to jump into Saif's response, which is about to blow our minds. I have not seen this. AP has not seen this. Thaddeus has skimmed it and decided, hey, this is better to go through live. So our minds may actually be about to be blown out the backs of our skulls, but only one way to find out. We just have to jump in. Here goes the cold water, ladies and gentlemen. Here goes the cold water in Thaddeus's face.
This Christian made multiple videos against...
What screenshot?
I'm not, guys, to be clear, I'm not even laughing at his accent. People have all sorts of different accents. You know, my accent would sound weird to him and stuff like this. It's just this, I will tell you everything. It's like they think that if they speak with this ridiculous level of confidence that it makes
this Christian made multiple videos.
Okay, let me rewind this here. All right. No laughing at the way he talks here.
This Christian made multiple videos against Islam, and this video titled 100 Reasons Islam is False is his most popular. If you watch my debunk series, you will know that I responded to multiple of his reasons and exposed his lies and deception.
Wait. So those are responses to other people's videos, but he's just saying he's responded to the same points there. He's not saying he made all these videos about you, right?
So there does appear to be one other video, which I didn't know about until this week, where I am mentioned. It's just one of many people in the video. As far as I know, he's only ever addressed like one point from the list before.
Yeah, I see me and AP there.
Some arguments.
I see me and AP. I see me, Bishop Marmari. I think that's Hijab there. Looking for who else he's responded to. All right. I think that's Chris. Yeah, it's Chris from Speaker's Corner. All right. All right. Interesting. Oh, I think I'll be on with Chris earlier. Chris and Jai Apologetics earlier in the day. So in the early afternoon tomorrow on Jai's channel. And then we'll be on AP's channel at night.
Responded to multiple of his reasons and exposed his lies and deception. Many of his claims against Islam exist in his own Bible, which leaves us to wonder, does he really believe in his Bible, or does his religion comes from the American Constitution and not from God? But in
It is funny how everyone jumped on the Hakikachu bandwagon of any time you disagree with Islam, it's because you've declared allegiance to Western democracy or secular liberalism or something like that, and not because you can have an actual moral objection. Just to be clear, Thaddeus, when you're saying that if the person receiving the revelations receives revelations that seem to have no purpose other than justifying any perverted thing that he wants to do, is that something you're getting from the Constitution or from Western liberalism or secularism or anything else? Or is that sort of just like a common sense principle? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it is found in the U.S. Constitution, Article 3. Oh, no, sorry. Common sense.
Okay. Guys, everyone watching, just think about this. They've got a prophet who comes along. I've got a revelation. Oh, I get this little girl. I have a revelation. Oh, I get to bang my adopted son's wife. I got a revelation. Oh, yeah, I told you all you can have 4 wives, but I get as many as I want. I have a revelation. Like, you start getting suspicious over time. Like, anytime this guy wants something, he gets a revelation. The guy receiving the revelation gets revelations that tell him he keeps getting anything he wants. To be fair, Thaddeus is saying, "Hey, this isn't even like conclusive proof or anything. It's just raising some red flags with the guy.
Just suspicious.
It's really, really suspicious, guys. I mean, that would seem to be common sense. But when you point this out, they go, "Oh, you're just getting your religion from Western democracy and secularism. Is that what you're doing?" It's like, okay, well, you just have to throw. So according to them, my goodness, according to them, if a guy comes up to me. Like if a guy comes along and says, "Hi, I'm Bob the prophet. God gave me a revelation. Give me all your stuff. Give me your wife. Give me your little girl. Give me all your stuff. I want you to," and you couldn't be suspicious about that. Because if you are suspicious, he's, "What? You're just following Western secularism? Huh?" This is stupid, guys. This is freaking stupid.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Look, he's blurry. Look at his picture. He is blurry. You see this?
Been repeated.
This video, it's part 1, and inshallah more parts to come. So without wasting any time, let's watch the clips and come back.
The Quran, the book which claims to be guidance for all people in all ages, contains the utterly useless command to not overstay your welcome at Muhammad's dinner party.
This was absolutely necessary.
Who are you? Me and AP got the same inclination. We're about to. This. What do you expect Allah to do when He sees people annoying His prophet? You expect Him to say nothing. We do not believe in a God who is weak and powerless. We believe in a God who stands up for His prophet. Next stupid point.
Good try. That's not the reason he's going to assign to me, though. Because I have seen the first one. I did actually watch the first one, so I know what he says in this one.
Okay, it's about to be powerful. Hey, Mr. Cossack, thank you for gifting 5 Apologetics Roadshow memberships. Who got those? You guys say it assigns them randomly? So, Mallow Lude, Ocean Mist, Miss Vicky May, Govan, and Carol B. all got gifted memberships there. Cool. All right, now we find out. Hey, AP, we should briefly pause it after each of Thaddeus's point and then try to figure out how Scythe is
definitely do that.
Okay.
We should definitely do that.
Okay, here we go.
Because he's too shy to tell you himself. But thankfully, Allah isn't shy like that.
So let me see.
Guys, just to recap, because we understand that there are some people who might not know. Thaddeus, go ahead and break down what the issue is for that point before we hear Scythe's response. So Surah 33, 53. You don't need to read the entire passage. Just tell us what's going on there that would make you suspicious.
Yeah, so the gist here is that apparently people are coming to Muhammad because he's the prophet. He's an important member of society. They want as much attention from him as possible, so they stay at his house. He invites them, right? They're not inviting themselves, but he invites them. And then the dinner party, they've had dinner, and he's like, kind of like, come on, guys, I'm done here. I got some wives to get to. And they're like, no, we love you, Muhammad. We want to stay. He's like, all right, I'm too shy to say anything, so I guess I'll just let them stay. And then Allah reveals that you should not do that. And then he even tells us why Muhammad hasn't told anyone, and it's because he's too shy.
And so just to recap, who's receiving this revelation?
This would be Muhammad.
And the revelation specifically says that Muhammad is too shy to tell you that you're annoying Muhammad, but Allah isn't too shy, and therefore Allah is sending this revelation to Muhammad, and Muhammad steps out one day and says, I have a revelation. Allah says, Muhammad is too shy to tell you that you need to quit coming over and pestering him with questions for hour after hour after hour after hour and taking up all his time when he's trying to bang his wives. But Allah's not shy. Allah has said, stop coming over and annoying him with all these questions. If he invites you over, don't get there early. Just show up when you're supposed to. Eat your food and shut your mouth and get out of there as quickly as possible so he can go back to banging all his wives.
That makes perfect sense.
Yep. That's completely correct. And this is in the eternal word of Allah that was existent before any human being was, right? So from all of eternity, Allah knew this problem was going to happen, and he put it in his eternal word that was apparently revealed to the Jews and Christians, and they just saw this passage about not bothering the Prophet Muhammad. And like, what the heck is that supposed to mean? We'll delete that part. That's how we're going to corrupt our scriptures, because it doesn't make any sense. And then Muhammad came around and corrected the scriptures with that important verse that was left out.
Yeah, so basically, ladies and gentlemen, this is Allah's eternal speech from all eternity, from all eternity. You go way back into eternity past. Allah thought to himself, you know, Muhammad's, this prophet that I'm about to send into the world, he's a little shy. People are going to annoy him. So I'm going to include this revelation that has no purpose other than just telling people that Muhammad is shy, but I'm not shy. And so quit bothering him with questions. That looks a little suspicious, I'll just say. But let's see.
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah. We are going to get Sykes' response.
If I understood him correctly, Islam is false because Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is shy, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
What? Oh my goodness.
I started laughing because I knew what he was going to say.
Oh my goodness. Oh boy.
If I understood him correctly. And then he comes up with the stupidest. You guys couldn't even guess how stupid his response was, right?
No, we're trying to come up with a stupid response, and he just went way beyond anything we were even thinking of with that one. Wow. Okay, so guys, here the actual point is Muhammad is the one receiving these revelations. People are annoying him. He invites people, and just imagine, and keep in mind, this is something everyone could go through. You can invite someone over. You can invite someone over for dinner, and then that person just kind of doesn't leave and just hangs out and asks the questions. Well, Muhammad has declared himself the prophet. So now all these people have all these questions. Oh, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about this? What about Dhul Qarnayn? What about Jesus? What about all these things? And they think, oh, here, I have this opportunity because I'm having dinner with Muhammad. Now I can get a couple of my questions answered. And he really didn't want to answer these questions. He doesn't want to talk. So he's getting annoyed. He gets annoyed with the people. But he won't tell people. He won't say. He's too shy to say, hey, can you guys, kind of stop coming over and hanging out so long? I got stuff to do. I'm a busy man. But then he gets a revelation. I mean, this guy actually has to step outside one day and says, everyone gather around, gather around, gather around. And he makes them memorize this revelation about not annoying him. He makes people memorize a revelation about not coming over to his house and hanging out afterwards and asking questions. Which is, Thaddeus was just pointing out, it looks a little suspicious there that he doesn't want to tell people to stop annoying him, but But Allah has said it. Allah has said it. That's why we say that Allah is Muhammad's sock puppet, right? He's just, I got a revelation. Stop bothering Muhammad and annoying him. He's shy, but I'm not. Oh, boy. And then Saif's interpretation of that is Thaddeus is saying that Muhammad's a false prophet because he's shy.
Mm-hmm. If he understood me correctly. Right? He even prefaces it with that. If I understood him correctly.
I'm really curious about one thing right now, which is if you go on his video and check the comment section, are people actually pointing out, no, brother, you misunderstood that. That is not what he's saying. Or are they saying, wow, thank you, powerful?
Yeah, Thaddeus, I'm willing to wager you would not get one response from any Dawa fan saying that's not his point. That's not the point he's making. They won't say that. Oh, yes, you destroyed him.
So I did look at the comment section. There are a number of Muslim comments along the lines of, oh, the Quran teaches good manners, and he uses that as a point. That means he has bad manners. This shows he's disgusting and Islam is good.
Yeah, keep in mind.
Man, this is so stupid. It's so incredibly stupid. It's like we have seen so much stupidity over the years responding to these people, listening to these people, but seriously, man, I mean, misunderstanding it so brutally, something so simple. Wow, man, I don't even know what to expect anymore.
And guys, because there is sort of a fair point underlying the revelation, which is that, hey, if someone invites you over, don't be impolite. Just, don't overstay your welcome or something like that. But guess what? If that had been a general revelation to apply to, like people in general, hey, don't overstay your welcome at someone's house or something like that, you could say that. It's specifically about Muhammad. Don't annoy this one guy. Don't annoy this one guy. Annoy anyone else you want, not this one guy, because he's too shy to tell you that. And then Allah's going to have to step in.
Exactly. If this was phrased as a general principle, it would never come up. Right? We would never comment on it.
We would not bring it up.
But it's not.
Yeah, we're pointing out the sole issue of Muhammad is at some point in his prophetic career where people are coming and asking him questions. He doesn't want to answer it because he wants to go bang his wives. And so he receives a revelation saying, stop annoying this guy by hanging out and asking him questions. We're not exaggerating, guys. Read the passage. It's the only purpose of the passage. All right, let's back this thing up. Okay.
Tell you himself.
Wait for it.
But thankfully, Allah isn't shy like that.
So let me see if I understood him correctly. Islam is false because Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is shy. And
no. What's he going to say? Moses was shy? So I guess Moses was not a prophet because Moses was shy.
Yeah, after hearing that, that's about as far as I watched it straight through as to there. When I heard that response, I was like banging the table. I was laughing so hard. I'm like, yeah, I got to react to this live.
You know what's funny? I remember getting responses like these from other people, including Farid or some of his friends. At some point, I stopped watching response videos, to be very honest. But I remember getting responses like this, and if he responded to my video and said this would be one of those moments where I would watch it and lean back and think, okay, wait a minute. Is this really happening? Am I understanding this correctly? Did he really just say that? I would start questioning my own sanity and my own ability to understand what this guy is actually saying, because it is so incredibly stupid. You don't want to believe that it is real.
I want to share this quick comment from James here. James said, this doesn't seem to disprove anything about Islam, but is interesting nevertheless. Yeah, and that's kind of what Thaddeus is getting at, is like, these are not disproofs. These are things that raise red flags. And so the way I think of it is, the more examples you have of a prophet receiving revelations that have no purpose other than satisfying his desire, the more suspicious you become. And keep in mind, I would still grant that it's possible that the person is actually a prophet, but the more red flags and the more suspicions that arise, sort of the better case you need for Islam to override those reasons. In other words, you could see, oh, this guy says he's a prophet, but look at this messed up thing. Well, if this guy's also, performing all kinds of miracles and he knows all these things and is predicting the future and stuff, you say, okay, well, maybe this thing isn't such a problem after all. And so with Muhammad doing this, if it were this one time, just the dinner thing, that wouldn't be enough. When it's over and over and over and over and over again, anytime he wants something, he gets a revelation. And you think, okay, well, there's a lot of red flags here, like the communist party. Lots of red flags. So the question is, what evidence is there that he's a prophet that sort of overwhelms all these suspicions? What, the perfect preservation of the Quran? Oh no, that was a lie. The scientific miracles? Oh no, that was a lie. So all you have to override all these issues and problems is a bunch of lies from Dawah guys. And guess what? That's not fixing anything. That's the issue. So that's a problem. You can raise problem after problem after problem after problem after problem with Muhammad, and you ask yourself, what evidence is there that sort of shows that he's a prophet anyway? And you get crickets chirping or lies. Wild stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Split the moon.
Maybe he's about to go into more detail.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asked his companions radiallahu anhum to not overstay their welcome. Is this really his first argument? Subhanallah, this is really funny and sad at the same time. But let me remind this Christian of this verse from his own Bible. Proverbs 25 verse 17. Seldom set foot in your neighbor's house, lest he become...
That's funny. Didn't we say if it was a general principle, we'd be fine with it? We literally just said it. Guys, again, I did not see this, but we all agreed even before we saw that he's going to point to Proverbs, which gives it as a general principle.
Wow. That's amazing. I had literally stopped it right after he said that, if I understand him correctly. So I had not seen that he went to Proverbs. I didn't know that he tries to get to the Bible throughout. But I didn't know the specific thing.
He wouldn't understand it. He wouldn't get it. He wouldn't understand what the problem is here. We could sit down here and we could try to explain to him why this problem is being raised by Thaddeus and why this party in Proverbs is not at all comparable. It's not the same thing at all. He wouldn't understand it. He would just dismiss it and move on to the next point and do the very same thing again, because there is a cultural disconnect. There is a problem. There is an intellectual problem. There is so much that I don't want to say right now, because it's it would be very, very cruel to point out, but you just can't expect Saif to understand what's happening here. This is the quality of apologetics in Islam.
Here we have Too Many Marys, who does shows with Thaddeus regularly, saying Allah didn't have space to tell people how to pray because he needed to tell people about Mo's dinner parties. That pretty much sums it up, doesn't it? All right. Maybe he's about to make a better point. We'll see.
Wary of you and hate you. So Solomon is a false prophet because he's not shy about telling you not to visit your neighbor's house too much. Subhanallah, this is the level of their arguments against Islam. And the benefit of this prohibition, according to Tafsir Sadi, then Allah explains the wisdom and benefit behind this prohibition. Such behavior, that is, you're lingering for longer than is necessary, causes annoyance to the Prophet. That is, it is imposing on him and making things hard for him.
Yeah, we get that from the verse. We don't need the commentary there, Saif. We get that. Hey, look, it's annoying the prophet. Yeah, we get that from the verse, Saif. It's not. We know he's being annoyed. Okay.
You detain him from going to check on his family and look after them, and it distracts him from doing so. He is too shy to ask you to leave, as is the usual practice, because people, especially people of dignity, feel too shy to tell people to leave their homes. But
wait a minute, you see? People of dignity feel too shy to talk to people like that. Therefore, Allah has no dignity.
Allah has no dignity.
Saif proves Allah has zero dignity.
Allah is such a Saif. I'll just make it very simple. if Muhammad went around, if this whole issue, if this whole Quran verse, or what is being said in this Quran verse, that you shouldn't, sit too long in someone's house, in Muhammad's house, after you are done eating, if this was done differently in the Quran, if this appeared in a completely different way, if for example, it simply listed a bunch of general rules and said, and when you visit somebody in their home, make sure not to stay too long lest you bother them, or something like that, or if it was part of the hadith when Muhammad goes around giving people advice and this is part of that, that would be totally fine, would be totally perfectly acceptable. The point here, the issue here is that it just looks very embarrassingly weird when in the Quran, as we can also understand further in the context of the hadith, when in the Quran it clearly appears as, oh, you were bothering Muhammad that night, when he wanted to have fun with his wife, but you were there way too long and he couldn't tell you. So from now on, after you eat, don't stay there too long. That's just a little bit weird. The rule is not the problem here, Saif.
Yeah, and I have to say, if Muhammad's too shy to tell people the truth about lines that they're crossing, or to give them a moral principle, because again, I mean, Muhammad could have just stepped out, guys, here's the general guideline for life. Don't hang out too long at people's houses or something like that. Could have just said it. It wouldn't even have to be revelation. They would have listened to him because he's Muhammad. But he won't even say that. If that guy is that sort of sensitive about hurting people's feelings and so on, why do you guys flip out over things like the satanic verses and so on, where he's trying to please everyone, he's trying to please the pagans and so on? Here you have it. This guy is constantly trying to please everyone and not hurt anyone's feelings. Anyway, all right. Maybe he's making I hope he's got something other than this, because this sucks. I mean, he's complaining about Thaddeus's point right out the gate, and then his response right out the gate is
the level of their arguments.
Allah is not too shy to tell you the truth. When there is a clear instruction in Islamic teaching, even though one may think it better to refrain from complying with it out of shyness or to follow prevailing social etiquette, the right thing to do is to have the resolve to comply with the teachings and be certain that whatever is contrary to it is not in fact part of proper etiquette at all. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not too shy to enjoin what is good for you and what is kindness to his messenger sallallahu alayhi wasallam, no matter what it is. Alhamdulillah, there is nothing in this verse.
Right? Notice that the tafsir doesn't say this is a general principle that everyone should follow. It specifically says Allah respects Muhammad, Allah wants this for Muhammad, it's causing Muhammad's problems. Yeah. Tafsir's honest. But Saif wants us to believe that this is a general principle, and I want bad manners to be taught or something. Weird stuff.
By the way, what's the, it's been brought up before, but what's up with the dead eyes of lots of the Dawa guys? Like this guy, Ali Dawa, they all have like this, like there's no life in the eyes. You know what I mean?
And anyway, we all know what Muhammad said about eyes.
There's no life in the leather strap of the anus for these guys.
Good for you. And what is kindness to his messenger sallallahu alayhi wasallam, no matter what it is.
Ready?
Alhamdulillah, there is nothing in this verse to prove Islam is false. Try again.
So, real quick, subtle thing here, but there was a miracle worked during his talking. He started with a green shirt, now he has a blue shirt on.
Wait, what?
Oh.
Wait, after this point?
There's a reason I'm saying that. So when he started at the very start of the show, he's wearing a green shirt. Now he's wearing a blue shirt.
Hold on. Wait, no, it's a blue shirt.
Yeah, at the very start. Okay, so I didn't point it out when it first changed. That was my
Hang on. There's Thaddeus. Is Thaddeus' shirt going to change? Okay, he's got a blue and gray striped shirt. Then we've got, no, that's green. That's a green shirt.
Yep. Deep V
now
cut
it's a
on
blue
that
shirt.
One.
Hold up. Now it's a blue shirt. Now it's a blue shirt. Hold up. Blue shirt. Hang on. What the heck? Now it's a white and black hoodie. Hang on. White and black hoodie. What? What do you record this over over a 2-week period? Did he record responses over a 2-week period? And it's just one video? And he's doing like what, a 15-part series?
I understand that he changes.
No, it's a regular
Number 4. It's a different hoodie.
It's another hoodie. He's got multiple shirts, multiple hoodies, multiple colors.
This was a very difficult video. He worked for a long time on it.
Yeah, exactly why I was pointing that out.
That makes it funnier.
Days making this response, guys.
That makes it funnier. He put this is his week's work. he went through his entire wardrobe to make this response. Oh boy. Okay, where was that point 1?
I understand one shirt because he had semen on it, so he wanted to change it. But then 4 shirts.
Oh,
4
boy.
different.
Why am I changing all the shirts? It is because of all the semen. I don't have a little child bride to scratch it off for me, so I just changed the shirt. Muhammad, he did not have multiple shirts like me. Let's see.
Try again.
After Muhammad.
Okay. Okay. Guys, quick.
My first point has been destroyed.
Yeah, quick recap, guys. Thaddeus's only point, as he said in his introduction with that, was when a prophet is receiving revelations, and those revelations have no point other than benefiting him in some way, doesn't prove he's not a prophet. It's not a proof. It raises suspicions. It raises some red flags. And that's what he points it out for. Did Saif say anything at all that does away with the suspicion that just came about? When Muhammad won't tell people that he's annoying, he doesn't come out with this as a general principle. Just comes out and says, guys, I have a revelation. Allah says, stop annoying me. That's the revelation in a nutshell. I have a revelation from the creator of the universe. His revelation is that you guys need to stop annoying me. And that I'm not going to tell you because I'm too shy. But I am telling you, I'm saying Allah gave you this revelation. You don't find that at all suspicious, Muslims?
Oh, this is the proof that Islam is true.
So we say we find that suspicious, and it's going to be proportional to the number of times it happens. If it was just one thing, I wouldn't take it as a lot of evidence. When that's like the pattern of your revelations, you just keep receiving the revelations that have no purpose other than like benefiting you, and you never give anything that actually counts as evidence, then all we're left with is a bunch of suspicions. Did Saif do anything to do away with that suspicion that arose? No. He goes, oh, you're saying because he's shy. You're saying that you have a problem with etiquette.
Totally what I said.
All right, take a couple super chats and then we'll go on to the next point. Deus Walt, Muslims debunking. You liar, stop lying. That's about it. Solaria says, Bakugu is a character with a prideful, explosive temperament who goes through a redemption and rehabilitation arc. Midoriya is a very friendly nerd. Yeah, okay. I get where you're saying. That's me and Mike Winger. Oh, I can't even stand pronouncing his name. Winger. What kind of name is Winger? David, I never laughed so hard than the dead donkey water reason from 50 Reasons. Well done, you guys. Yeah, I don't even remember, because that was a long time ago. I don't know if that was a standalone point or if it's just if it was part of a collection of points. But yeah, the dead donkey water. That was in Islamicize Me too, where my friends are drinking all this dead animal water, and then they get sick, and then we have to figure out why are they getting sick. And the only conclusion is I can figure out in Islamicize Me is Jews must have poisoned our dead donkey water.
Accurate.
Oh, Giovanni said,
I didn't even make my 100.
Oh, nice. That's why he said he's got more, ladies and gentlemen. Giovanni says, the Islam versus Christian AI debate is fairly short. They also made one of an atheist AI versus the only way they'll get an intelligence atheist is an artificial intelligence. Atheist AI versus Christian AI debate. You guys should do those. You'd like them.
Maybe
we might want to check those out. It's good if they're actually short.
Yeah.
Does that count as copyright? Is there a copyright issue if you do something with AI?
What do you mean?
It's an open question.
Huh.
Who owns the copyright, if anyone?
Thaddeus says, Thaddeus is more of a nerd than Mike Winger. No one's more of a nerd than Mike Winger. Stop lying. D. Wood has fallen. No. Muhammad said, I had a dream, and Martin Luther King copied him. You see, Islam is the truth. I had a dream. I had a dream. Well, that would be funny. That's about the same level as Dawa arguments. Saif talks, but he never say nothing. Yeah, that is a good. Saif does talk. He doesn't say a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Noam says, David, tell your peckers to stop trying to make AP a Christian. He's gonna become a Buddhist. He's choosing the cow. The Buddhists choose the cow?
Why would a Buddhist choose the cow?
I think he meant Hindu.
Yeah.
I think he meant Hindu.
Whoa, it takes apostate rabbi David Wood and discount Mike Winger to take on Shike Talks. Saif Talks, it's Shike Talks. 3-on-1. And it's still Muhammad debating Aisha. Weak. That is a good point.
This is
All
the
right.
proof.
This is the proof. All right, let's go through the next point here. Anyone else got anything? At this point, it's been beaten to death, right?
Yep.
All right. Hopefully Saif's going to have a more powerful second. Again, guys, we have no clue what he's about to say. We have all stopped the video before this point. I mean, I didn't watch it. AP didn't watch it. And Thaddeus watched the very beginning, but we have no idea what he's about to say. Let's find out.
Muhammad got caught having sex with his slave girl. Despite having numerous wives whom he supposedly visited all in the same night, he made a promise to his angry wives that he would stop. That is until Allah rebuked him for making the oath.
Before
I can't listen. Why does he have to start? He has to, as soon as he starts speaking, he has to dial it up to 10, right? It has to be, and it contrasts it contrasts with Thaddeus being all calm. And so we have this reason. Let me tell you something, right? Okay, so guys, everyone watching, what was Thaddeus's point right there? He brings up Muhammad. I just saw it. He brings up Muhammad getting caught with his slave girl, which he's allowed to do. He's allowed to do in Islam. That's not the issue. But he got caught in his wife Hafsa's bed. That was the issue for his wives. You're rolling around with this girl in my bed. That's a different story. Remember, Muhammad's supposed to keep separate residences for his different wives, right? Why? So each wife has her own spot. One wife goes out to the market. Muhammad goes into her bed with his slave girl. She comes home. What the heck are you doing in my bed with that slave girl? Muhammad, no, whatever you do, don't tell Aisha. She instantly tells Aisha. Then all the wives, what? You're banging slave girls in our beds when we're out? Are you crazy? What the heck is wrong with you, scumbag, right? And then, guess what? Thaddeus didn't stop there. He didn't say that's the reason. Right. He said, then Muhammad swears an oath. I swear by the great God, Allah, I won't have sex with that slave girl anymore. And then Allah tells him in Surah 66, verses 1-2, hey, I didn't tell you to swear that oath to stop having sex with that slave girl. Break that oath. He tells him to go back to having sex with his slave. That's the point, right, Thaddeus? And that's the point I just gathered?
Yeah, exactly. He's in a moment of panic. He makes a promise to his wives, and then Allah tells him to break that promise.
Yeah, that was only a few seconds, so I'm gonna rewind it just because I don't know what he's going to respond. But given his pattern, I'm guessing he's going to respond to the wrong thing.
He is saying that Islam is wrong because the Prophet Muhammad had sexual relations.
But other people also have sexual relations. This shows you how stupid these Christian missionaries are. Let's back it up. We just want everyone to understand the point before we listen to the response. Because again, it's theoretically possible he's actually going to respond to the point. Just know from experience, it's a very slim chance that he's going to get the point right. Let's see.
Try again.
After Muhammad got caught having sex with his slave girl, despite having numerous wives whom he supposedly visited all in the same night, he made a promise to his angry wives that he would stop. That is until Allah rebuked him for making the oath.
Before I give my answer, let's just check the references he mentioned on the screen. Sahih al-Bukhari 5068 has nothing to do with what...
Nothing to do with it! Nothing! Oh no!
Wait, the only point you're bringing up is Muhammad already had a lot of wives to have sex with. And yet, he's also having sex with his slave girl in one of his wives' bed. That's the only point of bringing that up, right? As far as what you actually said?
Yeah, well, yeah, so this reference, it doesn't support the oath breaking. It represents my first sentence, that despite having numerous wives, which he visited all in the same night, almost word for word what the hadith says. But it has nothing to do with anything. I just put that up there. I messed up the reference.
So you pointed out he already had a bunch of wives to bang. So why is Allah obsessed with him having sex with his slave girl? You put the reference on the screen and he says, this has nothing to do with any... Yes, it does. He put it up because it was something he was saying.
What is he saying? What is he saying? He didn't finish his sentence there. This has nothing to do with... What was he saying? Let's
back it up. Let's back it up because we don't want to misrepresent.
That is until Allah rebuked him for making the oath.
Before I give my answer, let's just check the references he mentioned on the screen. Sahih al-Bukhari 5068 has nothing to do with what he just said.
It has everything to do. He's saying Muhammad already had a bunch of wives.
Thaddeus literally said that right there in the clip that he's showing. He literally said that Muhammad, despite having multiple wives whom he all supposedly visited in one night, and here's the hadith just saying that. It literally has...
It's almost word for word.
I'm trying to think of what he could possibly say. So you mentioned something as part of the point you're going to get, and you put a source on the screen for that point, for that part of the point you're making. He's not going to be able to argue with the Sunan an-Nasai other than, I mean, it's Sahih. The only thing I could see him possibly saying is Surah 66. There is the alternative understanding, which is it was about Muhammad eating the honey and smelling like honey, and they say, oh, it's about the honey, which makes zero sense in light of the passage. It was clearly something from later on when Muslims were starting to get embarrassed about the whole issue with Muhammad breaking his oath and so on. But I mean, the passage still says you break your oath and so on. Anyway, but I have no idea where he can...
Yeah, so just real quick, there are Sahih narrations that say that's the occasion of 66. Yeah. But there are also Sahih narrations that say this is the occasion.
Yeah.
Not actually one of the reasons, but that's a contradiction, right? It can't be both of them. It's got to be one or the other.
Actually, it can. That is a theory. There are. I've seen Muslim commentators who say that, hey, these are Sahih narrations saying it's about having sex with the slave girl, and there are these other narrations that say it's about him having and the smell of honey. I said it's possible this is a response to all these issues with his wives and him making an oath.
Yeah, I guess they could both come up.
You're right. You're right. Now I agree with you. I don't think it's a contradiction in the sense that both couldn't be true. I just think it's. When you read these things, it's pretty obvious what happens. There's this really embarrassing story, and then later on they come up with a less embarrassing story. But both of those stories meet the requirements because the methodology is invented later, and both these stories meet the requirements of the methodology. And so they say, oh, well, they both must be true. They're both Sahih. Whereas we would look at it and say, okay, one's clearly made it. We don't have a problem with something that meets their requirements of Sahih being actually made up at some point, but they do. So they have to try and defend them both. But anyway, I'm trying to think like what he could possibly say, apart from misunderstanding everything you're saying. He's either going to go, he's either going to say, this is about honey, and here's a commentary that shows it's about honey, or he's going to say, so he's saying that you can't have sex slaves, but look at whoever, Abraham had a slave girl, something like that.
Yeah. You got part of it because I did skim it, right? So I do know a couple of the words he says. So you did get part of what he says. However, he pulled this reference thing up. He's going to claim that this reference has nothing to do with it. He's also going to claim the Sunan al-Nasai reference has nothing to do with it.
What?
I'll just let you play it. I'll let you play it.
Well, that's stupid because that's not the only reference. You just gave. Okay, let's see.
It doesn't even mention the story of Maria radiallahu anha. Surah Nasa'i 34:11 also has nothing to do with the story. He can't even get his references correct.
You imbecile.
No, this is so insanely stupid. Huh? Hey, no. I wanted to pause it on the source. Hang on.
Mention the story of Maria radiallahu anha. Surah Nasa'i 30.
Okay, Sunan an-Nasai. It was narrated. This is Sunan an-Nasai 34:11, ladies and gentlemen. It was narrated that Aisha said. It was narrated that Aisha said, the wife of Rifah came to the messenger of Allah and said, my husband divorced me and made it irrevocable. After that, I married.
It does have nothing to do with it. I've been destroyed. That's why I said you got to play it further because he gives the correct reference.
Oh, okay, let's see.
34:11 also has nothing to do with the story. He can't even get his references correct, let alone know what they say. He is just repeating what Sheikh Google told him. This is the correct reference.
Google.
Yeah, guys, yeah, I see it. You don't even have to say it. I already knew. I was like, wait a minute, that is the right reference. I've used that 1,000 times. Guys, Thaddeus, what reference did you say? Don't point it. Let's see if people can find it.
34:11.
Okay, so guys, Thaddeus cited Sunan an-Nasai 34:11. All right. Okay. Let me back this thing up here. Let me back this thing up. You ready? See the problem, guys.
Sunan Nasa'i 30.
Okay, guys. So 34:11, and here we have a version. Here we have a condensed version in Sunan an-Nasai of the story that we read quite a bit. It's about the story of a woman who was beaten until her skin turned green. This is one of the shorter versions of that leaves out a lot of the details. So he goes to Thaddeus cites Sunan an-Nasai 34:11. 34:11. That's exactly what I say. That's exactly what I said. I say Sunan an-Nasai 34:11. Well, look, he pulls up 34:11. We use this as the story of Muhammad in a relationship, getting caught in the bed of his wife Hafsa with his slave girl. But he pulls up Sunan an-Nasai 34:11, and lo, it's a different passage. Thaddeus gets the reference wrong. 34:11, right there. See it right there. Reference Sunan an-Nasai 34:11, right? Okay, now, keep looking, guys. Keep looking. So see, reference there? Read these lines. Because we want you to understand. The point here is dawah, ladies and gentlemen. This is dawah. You are learning about dawah here. Look at this. Reference, Sunan an-Nasai 34:11. You see it right there, right? Right there in the bottom corner. Then you see in-book reference, book 27, hadith 23. Got that? Then English translation. See that? See that bottom line? In the English translation, what's it say? Volume 4, book 27, hadith 3440, right? So in other words, this one has this source that he put on the screen has a different reference in the English translation. They use a slightly different numbering system. When they make the various volumes in English. So he accuses Thaddeus of being stupid and ignorant, not knowing what he's talking about, because he goes to Sunan an-Nasai 34:11. But wait a minute, that's not 34:11 according to the English translation. They give you the reference at the bottom. Now watch. It's going to be on the screen.
4:11 also has nothing to do with the story. He can't even get his references correct, let alone know what they say. He is just repeating what Sheikh Google told him. This is the correct reference.
Okay, guys. This is the correct reference. Now, he's humiliating Thaddeus. Look at the reference there. Sunan an-Nasai 39:59. That's the correct reference. Okay, let's keep reading there. The in-book reference. Do you guys see where we're going? Book 36, hadith 21. And then you have the reference in the English translation. What's the English translation reference? Volume 4, Book 36, or for in short, Hadith 3411.
Wow.
Guys, do you think...
Wow.
Guys, I'm talking to you guys right here. Do you think Saif... Here's the question for me. Is Saif so insanely stupid that he doesn't realize Thaddeus gave the completely correct reference to the English translation, which is what we're using. We're using the English translation. You can use either for this system because they have the Arabic and the English on the screen, right? So he's going with the Arabic reference, not the English translation reference, right? But here's the thing, guys. And this is actually an important question for me. Do you think that Saif is so insanely stupid that he doesn't realize that, no, Thaddeus gave the correct English reference, and he just, like, is he too stupid to realize it and he just attacks you because he didn't bother looking down and saying that is the correct English reference? Or did he know it? Or do you think he knew it, but he knows that his followers are so insanely stupid that if he just says, oh, this guy doesn't even know the reference, that they're not actually going to look down the page and see that Thaddeus gave the correct reference to the English translation? In other words, do you think he's that stupid? And so he doesn't realize how stupid he sounds to anyone who can actually read and can read the Hadith 3411 right there? Do you think he's that stupid, or does he know what he's doing? Did he know what he just did? That's by the way, I'm saying that's important. That's an important question for me, because if I'm dealing with you and I think you're stupid but not dishonest, that's one thing. If I think you're stupid and dishonest, that's a concern. What do you guys think? Do you think he knows it or not?
Well, maybe he should have changed shirts the 5th time and watched what he put on the screen. So I actually suspect he didn't realize, or he would have cropped it differently to not show that he's being deceptive. However, I have had multiple Muslims come to my channel and say, you can't even get the references right. Saif has destroyed you. In other words, his audience didn't notice how stupid this point was. Now, if it wasn't on the screen, I'd say, yeah, he did it on purpose. He knows there's multiple reference systems. He chose to ignore that I used a different reference system than him. But the fact he puts on the screen makes me think he actually didn't figure it out himself. That's my analysis.
He didn't get it.
I'm doing a poll, ladies and gentlemen.
He's stupid.
Guys, keep in mind, we're not talking about Saif in general. We're talking about just on this point. I don't want to like figure out how to word it to emphasize that it's just this point. But I say, is Saif stupid and honest, or both stupid and deceptive? There's a poll.
We will never know.
Because guys, I approach people very differently based on, if someone's stupid, yeah, that's not good. But if they're stupid and honest, that's one thing. That's manageable. If someone's stupid and a liar, that's pretty rough. Anyway, want to find out what people are thinking here. Okay, people are voting stupid and deceptive. This is how you're coming across. Notice everyone agrees he's stupid. Okay, guys. Yeah, guys, we'll let that poll run for a couple of seconds, but let's back this up. I want everyone to see how bad this is. He mocks Thaddeus for getting the wrong reference when Thaddeus gave the correct reference to the English translation. And then when he says, when Saif says, here's the correct source, this stupid idiot didn't even get right, it's right there at the bottom of the screen, 3411. And he's attacking him as being stupid and ignorant, getting his sources wrong. And so the question is just, did Saif know that Thaddeus got the reference right and he's lying about it because he knows his fans are stupid? Or is Saif actually that dumb that he's attacking a person for giving the correct reference, but not to the Arabic? All right, here we go.
Said this hadith doesn't even mention the story of Maria radiallahu anha. Sunan Nasa'i 3411 also has nothing to do with the story. He can't even get his references correct, let alone know what they say. He is just repeating what Sheikh Google told him. This is the correct reference. It is Sunan Nasa'i.
Even highlights the 39. That just, by the way, Thaddeus, that just made me think that this is actually indeed deceptive. Like the fact that let me highlight the one I want you to look at and not the one that shows that he is completely correct in his citation.
39:59. The story is so simple. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam.
Before he describes it, let's just read it.
What was that?
Let's read it. It was narrated that Aisha said, oh, wait, no, that's the first one. Hang on.
With the story. He can't even get his references correct, let alone know what they say. He is just repeating what Sheikh Google told him. This is the correct reference.
It was narrated from Anas that the Messenger of Allah had a female slave. What? I thought he freed all the slaves. That's not what my Dawa clown told me in 2007. Had a female slave with whom he had intercourse, but Aisha and Hafsa would not leave him alone until he said that she was forbidden for him. Then Allah, the Mighty and Sublime, revealed, O Prophet, why do you forbid for yourself that which Allah has allowed to you? Until the end of the verse. So this is a source for one of the things Thaddeus is pointing out. We have more sources on this which flesh out more of the details. And once you go through more of the details, the story is that Muhammad got caught in his wife's Hafsa's bed. That's why they flipped out. They didn't flip out. When it says Aisha and Hafsa would not leave him alone until he said that she was forbidden for him, this wasn't them saying, hey, you can't have sex with a slave girl. They knew what the Quran said about that. This is them complaining you had sex with a slave girl in one of our beds. This means that you think it's okay to go to your own wives' beds and to bring your slave girls into our beds. So you're banging your slave girl in the bed that I sleep in. You're getting your slave girl's sweat and secretions all over the bed that I sleep in? No, we have a problem with this. And then Muhammad, to satisfy his wives, said, okay, I'll never do that again. All right, so that's the story. So we're guessing that he's just going to defend the idea that you can have sex with a slave girl here? Let's see.
What a beautiful story.
It is Sunan Nasa'i 39:59. The story is so simple. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam was offered a female servant named Maria, may Allah be pleased with her, by Al-Muqawqis, who was the ruler of Egypt at that time. And we believe there is nothing wrong with having relationships with your female servants. And if you disagree, prove to us that God said so. We don't care about your man-made morality. So the story is easy. Hafsa radiallahu anha, the wife of the Prophet, saw Maria radiallahu anha leave in her house, got angry and emotional, and got the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam to make an oath to never be with Maria radiallahu anha again. That is it. So the Prophet made Maria radiallahu anha haram for him to please his wife. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala corrected him in the Quran. O Prophet.
This story is so simple. It's exactly what Thaddeus said it is.
Yeah, why is he repeating basically what you already said?
Yeah, I know. Dude, I'm actually amazed too. I mean, apart from attacking you on the reference, which you got right, he's just repeating it and saying forceful. What are you saying? Look, haha, Thaddeus has completely misrepresented this story. He said that Muhammad got caught having sex with his slave girl in his wife Hafsa's bed and that he swore an oath and then broke the oath. This is completely incorrect. In reality, what happened was that Muhammad got caught having sex with his slave girl in his wife Hafsa's bed, and then he swore an oath that he would stop having sex with this slave girl, and Allah told him to break his oath. You see, this is why these Christians are liars. Let me repeat everything Thaddeus said and prove that he is completely correct. Isn't this insane?
Kind of, yeah.
Oh boy! I wonder if I'm actually wondering: is he going to end it here? Is he just going to end it with agreeing with you on everything?
He's got to get the Bible in there, right? I mean, I think he's going to.
You've got to. And if you, but that's what I mean. Like a few seconds ago, and he said, "And if you're wrong, prove it." You gotta point out someone who had a slave girl or something like that. That's it.
Why do you prohibit yourself from what Allah has made lawful to you, seeking to please your wives? And Allah is all forgiving, most merciful. So Islam is false because the wife of the Prophet got jealous. And remember, this guy...
Yeah.
Islam is false because the wives of the prophet got jealous.
Totally my point. Totally my point. He's busting.
That's the point you were making. You were reading this and you're going, I'm reading these passages and the wives of Muhammad got jealous. So he has to be a false prophet. Okay, backing it up a little bit here. Let's let him finish his point here.
Forgiving, most merciful. So Islam is false because the wife of the prophet got jealous. And remember, this guy is a Christian and accept Abraham alayhi salam as a true prophet.
You literally said Abraham.
Yeah, I was trying to think because you could have said Abraham, you could have said David. I'm trying to think, but yeah.
Genesis 16 verse 2. So she said to Abraham, the Lord has kept me from having children. Go sleep with my slave. Perhaps I can build a family through her. Abraham agreed to what Sarah said. So is Abraham alayhi salam a false prophet because he agreed to sleep with the servant of his wife? Subhanallah, Christians always trying to refute Islam end up refuting their own Bible. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide them.
So
the funniest part is that the biblical narrative actually does show that Abraham did something wrong.
That's the entire story. They're like, it's the same thing with Lot. They'll bring up Lot, who's not even a prophet. Lot's not a prophet according to the Bible, but they'll bring in, and the Bible says Lot committed incest. You see, the Bible is promoting that. No, it's telling you. Matter of fact, it's a parallel to the story with Abraham in that it keeps showing you when you try to do things on your own apart from God, right? And so Abraham wants an offspring, and he's told he's going to have an offspring, and yet they decide to do it on their own because they don't trust God. They don't trust God. So Sarah's like, hey, here, take my slave girl, Hagar, and just have a child with her, and that child will be mine. And then have the child who becomes the Ishmaelites, the enemies of the Jews, right? Who become a constant problem for the Jews. That's the point. Human beings keep trying to do things their own way instead of listening to God, and then it leads to endless problems down the road. That could be the main theme of the Old Testament, is people keep trying to do things on their own, and it never works out. And so he's comparing that. He's saying, oh, look, Abraham tried to do things on his own, and therefore Thaddeus's point would be that he's not a true prophet. So the conclusion is, the takeaway as far as Saif is concerned for the point you're making is, you're saying if someone had a slave girl, then that would make him a false prophet.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I can tell,
he thinks my point is. That's why he's like, prove it. If you think this is the truth, prove that God said it.
And you're talking about, you were mentioning earlier the context issue. You're saying, hey, these are some issues that raise red flags because he keeps receiving these revelations that have no purpose other than satisfying his desires and so on. So, recap. Muhammad is allowed to have sex with his slave girls, but he has different residences for his wives. His wife Hafsa goes out to the market. He says, ooh, Hafsa's gone. Let me run to her bed and bang my slave girl. Hafsa comes home. Hey, what are you doing banging this girl in my bed? Don't tell Aisha. I'm going to tell Aisha. She goes and tells Aisha. Then the wives are all mad. What? You have sex with your slave girls in our beds? This is disgusting. Do you have no respect for us? And then Muhammad's response is, I swear by the great God Allah, as surely as I am the prophet of Allah, as surely as Allah is Lord of heaven and earth, I will never have sex with that girl again. Are we good now? Okay, we're good, Muhammad. We forgive you. Comes back a few days later. I have a revelation. The great God Allah has condemned me for taking that oath, and he has commanded me in Surah 66 verses 1 through 2. Allah has commanded me to break the oath that I swore by him. It is so important to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for me to go back to banging that slave girl that he has told me to break my oath that I swore in his name. Is that what Abraham did? That what Abraham did? Abraham stepped out one day and said, I swear I will never have sex with the slave of my wife, Sarah. I will never do it. I will never do it. And then he comes back, God told me to go bang that girl.
Yeah, I think that's how. No, I will
That's
say
what
that this point in particular, the refutation was so bad that a number of Muslims in the comments did actually comment on it. Not because they understood my actual point, but because they're like, I didn't know Muhammad had sex with slaves. This seems really wrong to me. Can someone please explain it to me?
Whoa.
So you're not, that's not even the point you're making, but they're like, wait,
I know.
that's not what I heard.
So the refutation is so bad, he raises a point against Islam by defending it vigorously.
That's good.
Wow. And now he's got guys, does everyone understand? I'm going to end this poll, by the way. We ended up, matter of fact, I'm going to screenshot it. We ended up with 82% concluding that Saif actually does know that Thaddeus got the reference right. He just lied about it in order to discredit him. All right. Wow. Guys, this is bad, man. This is bad. I mean, we're only 2 points deep here, but Thaddeus, I understand why you're wearing a straw man costume, man. Guys, keep in mind.
I don't think it gets better.
Saif is 0 for 2. 0 for 2, simply in understanding and correctly stating what Thaddeus's argument is. He has not understood, or he did understand it and he just misrepresents it. But he has not gotten the argument correctly either time. Wow. All right, take a couple super chats and then we'll maybe third time's the charm. I don't know. Maybe third time's the charm, but don't count on it. Cam says, I wanted to start a YouTube channel as Muhammad wearing a Muhammad mask and use a voice changer to sound Arabic, kind of stand-up act bashing Muhammad. Is that based or a no-go? Lol. No, that's totally acceptable. I think there are programs you can use that you don't even have to wear a mask. I've seen people use it. You can, in other words, you could take like one of the Charlie Hebdo cartoons and put it there and then set it up so that the mouth moves. And then you just record audio and it will move the mouth for you. So you might want to, if that's the route you want to go, you might want to roll with that.
It's very based.
Very, very based. Alan created Christianity. Nah, Alan can't be that dumb. Maybe we are not understanding Alan's great plan. Alan is the best of planners. These are more true comments about from the perspective of Islam. Yes, Allah did it. And then you say, why did Allah do it? Well, Allah knows best. He's great. He's just great at stuff. Someone commented that the Ahmadiyas looked defeated. They immediately changed their posture live. I guess they were reading the chat. Oh, you aware of this, AP? No. So maybe people in the chat were saying, man, these guys' arguments suck. And they thought they were going to be really powerful. I don't know.
They would never do that. Why they wanted to go and do more prep for next time, though.
Yeah, they're going to really
prep. Acknowledge their defeat.
Yeah, and me and AP, meanwhile, will prep 3 hours beforehand.
And still destroy them again.
Last 2 weeks debates, win-loss, win or lose. David Wood and AP duo, Dr. Ahmadi's, Anthony Rogers and Nadir Ahmed, Warren McGrew and Rouge Calvinist. Is it Rouge Calvinist or was that Rogue Calvinist? Is it Rouge? Someone goes by Rouge Calvinist. Donald and Joe. Oh yeah, that was classic. Donald and Joe, and prediction July 18th, D Wood and AP will win again. No, sorry. The July 18th debate is off. I mean, it's not off, it's postponed so that they can prepare.
They need time.
Status removed.
David, Mythbusters showed us you can polish a turd. Did they do that?
Yeah, they did. I actually was thinking of that when I was like, no, I won't say that because that'd be too nerdy to say. But they did, in fact, do an episode, and they found a very dry animal. I don't remember what it was, but they found a very dry turd and managed to polish it.
Well, guys, if you're going to pull that one, I mean, Beavis and Butthead actually refuted it back in the 90s. Because Butthead goes, you can't polish a turd, Beavis, and Beavis goes, yes, I did. I got some shoe polish and a turd, and I polished it. So, I mean, is that all they did?
No, they actually gave it a shine, and like I think they measured that it was reflective.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, okay. That is superior. All right, I stand refuted, and so do generations of West Virginians. Golasso Turkey. Do you know what that means?
What's that?
What's Golasso?
I don't know.
Is that a city or something?
No.
Okay. Any news about that Discord server? Ooh, for AP, I'm not making them. Would like to chat with this community and you guys someday. Love all your work. Blessings from Finland.
You're Finnish.
Finland, Finland, Finland. The country where I quite want to be. Are you making a Discord server, AP?
Maybe one day.
People always ask about stuff, and I hear people say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to do something in Discord or whatever," but I never like pay attention to what's actually going on.
One day.
Has Muhammad ever received a revelation that made his life more difficult in the future rather than satisfying his current wants, such as pedophilia?
No.
I'd have to do some research on that one. But every passage that's popping into my head right now is more of Muhammad receiving revelations to justify his perversions. From the river to the sea, they flow into one another. That's what they do. That's what they do. I asked a Muslim, I'm 52. Can I marry a 16? He's silent. 16? So you're into older women. That's why he was silent. He's like, why you want a 16-year-old? They're old.
Yeah, it's a grandma.
You're a good 6-year-old. Gotta maximize her fertility. I heard from my sources in the Vatican that Mike Winger is behind the Vigano excommunication and trying to make TLM into Captain Kirk-based liturgy. That sounds exactly like you. But yeah, I've pointed out. I asked in a tweet the other day, is there any Christian on the planet that has not been personally attacked by Mike Winger? No one could come up with anyone. Isn't that interesting? Okay, two more real quick, then we'll jump back and we'll jump into point number 3. Saif's voice is so irritating. It's as if the Adhan was a
That's a good one.
That's a very good one. I'm going to steal that one too. I need to keep a list of things I'm going to steal from people. But yeah, that's a good burn. Man, his voice is so irritating. It's like if the Adhan was a person. So guys, if you don't know the Adhan, that's like the call to prayer, and you know, Allahu Akbar, and Muslims go, "Oh, it's a beautiful sound." We all go, "Oh, what's that horrible noise?" But yeah, so the point was, if the Adhan was a person, it would sound like Saif talk. All right, Ken Fisher here says, don't forget the jazz hands when receiving revelations. Oh yeah, I have a revelation. That's what jazz hands is? I got to get jazz hands right. I'm not exactly sure. I know it's something with hands, but all right. I'll figure out jazz hands.
Like you move the fingers. You move the fingers like this.
Okay, I will look up jazz hands that would actually be funny if every time I'm making fun of Muhammad receiving a revelation, I do the jazz hands, but I have to see. I'll make sure I get it right. All right, now we're on to point number 3. Point number 3. Thaddeus, all these points are related to, Thaddeus says they're red flags when the guy who's receiving the revelations keeps receiving revelations that have no purpose other than satisfying his desires. Guys, keep in mind, Surah 66, verses 1-2, where Allah tells Muhammad, break that oath you made to your wives and go back to having sex with your slave girl. Does that have any purpose beyond justifying Muhammad going back to having sex with a slave girl when he swore an oath that he wouldn't? Is there any purpose to that?
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually, because they can say that it's a general principle, even though it's not, on the dinner party thing. He certainly can't say that here, right? Because normal Muslims can't break their oaths.
Well,
but if there's no purpose, then that means it's a miracle.
Yeah, and keep in mind, because I've pointed this out in a video before too. If you wanted to make a general principle out of it, what's the general principle? Allah says, Muhammad, I didn't tell you to swear that oath. Well, great. The incredibly overwhelming vast majority of oaths that have ever been sworn were not commanded by God, right? You're talking 99.9999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999. And I'm hearing AP and he's thinking 999, right?
Yeah.
The overwhelming vast majority of oaths that have ever been taken were not commands of God. God did not come down here and command, I command you to take this oath. It was not. So what's that passage saying if you try to universalize that? It's saying that all those oaths are meaningless and you can break them all. You can swear by God 1,000 times. If he didn't order you to make it, you can go ahead and break it. It's exactly what that verse is saying. Because that's Allah's response to Muhammad. I didn't tell you to make that oath, so break it. What's that got to do with anything? Guys, this could have been very different. Hey, Muhammad, I didn't tell you to make that oath, but since you made it, you have to keep it anyway. We wouldn't be having this problem right now. We wouldn't be having this issue. It's Allah says, I didn't tell you to make that oath, therefore break that oath. Okay. God didn't tell me to make any oath I've ever made in my life. So I just break them all, right? You didn't break them all?
Uh-huh.
This is weird stuff, man. This is Islam. Islam. All right. Well, here, I'm confident, third time's the charm. Saif is actually going to understand a point this time and respond to it fairly and accurately.
Muslim men are limited to 4 wives, but not Muhammad. He gets as many as he wants.
Hold up. I just misread this comment as I was taking it down. Don't forget the jazz hands when receiving revelations. Right as I was taking it down, I was thinking that Muhammad's variation should be jizz hands.
Oh, God.
Which is gross. Guys, don't think we're just being gross here. Everything we say comes through. There's a reason for saying it in the Muslim sources. But yeah, Muhammad was a pretty gross, disgusting, semen-covered, creepy dude. All right, just had to bring that up for future reference. If I decide to make it a thing where he's doing jazz hands, it will be called jizz hands when Muhammad's doing it. Yes, I know it's gross, but what can you do when you're talking Muhammad? All right, backing this up. All right, point number 3.
Subhanahu wa ta'ala guide them.
Muslim men are limited to 4 wives, but not Muhammad. He gets as many as he wants, thanks to a special decree of Allah.
This is a big
So what do you think his response is?
They normally
I don't know, actually.
They normally go to Solomon, and of course they don't represent it accurately. The kings were commanded not to multiply wives. He did anyway, and it led him into sin, and rebellion. So it's not saying, hey, this is a great example. It's a life lesson to show you what not to do. That's its purpose in the Bible. Look what he did, and it was wrong. So I'm guessing there, but there are other people in the Bible you could point to and say, but that's the main one because he went way beyond what others had done. So that's what I would go with. But so your point, your point is, wait, the Quran says 4. That's the limit in Islam. It says 4. And it's awfully convenient if Muhammad gets a revelation saying, oh yeah, and you get more. Simple point, right? Just looks suspicious.
Yep.
Very
simple point.
Red flag.
I'm not saying polygamy is wrong, right? That's not my point at all. I'm saying that Muhammad gets a revelation that applies only to him.
Okay.
Conception, and I believe some Muslims may also be confused.
Let me see. Okay. Just don't want to misinterpret.
But not Muhammad. He gets as many as he wants, thanks to a special decree of Allah.
This is a big misconception, and I believe some Muslims may also be confused about this. Yes, we Muslims are only allowed to marry up to 4 wives. And the question is, why did Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam have more than 4 wives? Well, simply because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who is the one who put the limit of only 4 wives on the general Muslims, is the one who excluded Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam from this command. That's it. The prophets of God.
Wow.
That's literally the point.
Let me say exactly what Sadia said, and I'll say it in this voice.
Dumber. Wow, man.
This is a misconception. He says that Muhammad got a special privilege, but in fact, Allah made the 4 limit and gave Muhammad a special privilege.
Yeah, so Saif, who received the revelation saying that Muhammad could break the 4-wife limit? Muhammad did. And he got it from who? Oh, you say Allah. Okay. That's what we're trying to figure out, if these really came from Allah. And we're saying it looks awfully suspicious. We're wondering why. What? Okay, let's just see.
Yeah, what he basically did right here is, so Thaddeus says, everyone in Islam is only allowed 4 wives. But Muhammad, who also brings the revelations, is allowed more wives than that by Allah. And Saiftar comes and says, this is a big misconception.
This is a lie.
Muslims are allowed 4 wives, but Muhammad is allowed more than 4 wives because Allah said so.
So you see how stupid Thaddeus is. You've been destroyed. Better luck next time. As long as I talk like this and sound like I'm embarrassing you, my followers will believe it because they are stupid. Oh my goodness, man.
Are just like us. They submit themselves to the will of God Almighty. Yes, the Prophet ﷺ was allowed to marry more than 4 wives because he ﷺ sometimes had specific stipulations and obligations that were exclusive to him. Like for example, the night prayer tahajjud. The Prophet ﷺ was obligated to offer prayers at 2/3 of the night. But
That's the point. That's the point, Saif. That is the entire point, Saif. That's Thaddeus' point, Saif. That is the entire point. Oh my, oh
God. This isn't the only special privilege that Muhammad got, you stupid idiot.
He had multiple privileges. In fact, we can say that anything Muhammad wanted, Allah just gave him, and that the Quran is filled with Allah giving Muhammad special moral privileges. This refutes you, Thaddeus.
You're imbecile. This is just wow.
Oh,
wow. Boy. I thought Farid's responses were dumb. I miss Farid.
Yeah. Dude, imagine us sitting here going, wow, remember when Farid would respond to us? It was like a breath of fresh air and brilliant reasoning compared to this.
I thought Farid was very, very bad, but man, that guy was a genius in comparison to this. Man.
And the really messed up part, because again, you've got people like this, there's nothing you can do about that. But the fact that people will listen to them and that there are people who are so stupid and they've been conditioned to mindlessly accept the tone of someone's voice. As long as you are speaking in a condescending fashion, you can be so insanely idiotic that as long as you were able to pay attention to what the other person was saying, you say, how's this refuting anything? Or if you heard what the other person was saying and you heard, oh, okay, he gave this reference. Oh, yeah, it's the same reference. It's on this screen. As long as you have that level of competence, you would think this guy's an idiot. And yet you look at his fans. Oh, my goodness, he's humiliating reasoned answers. It's you see, this is the kuffar have been destroyed.
Farid, we missed you, Farid. Where are
we
you?
Apologize for everything you ever said, Farid. You're a genius.
Farid, I'm sorry for ever calling you dumb. I'm sorry for calling your responses dumb. Farid, I'm very sorry. I apologize.
Yeah. So, Farid, when we're saying your responses are stupid, we're making the mistake of comparing you to people who give smart responses. We're not comparing you to the rest of the Dawah community, in which case you are like a breath of fresh air. You're a diamond in the rough, Farid. A diamond in the rough.
You're a beacon of light.
You're a bacon and eggs of light. Back up slightly here. Don't want to. And here is another revel.
Sallallahu was obligated to offer prayers at 2/3 of the night, but it was only voluntary for the rest of the Muslims. This is Islam, and using this type of arguments to try and prove it's false doesn't make any sense.
Come on, go to the Bible. Oh, he didn't even go to the Bible.
Oh, he go to the Bible. Whoa.
Oh my God.
Is that kind of an admission? Is that kind of an admission that you don't see that the same way you see it from Muhammad? I mean, keep in mind, Muhammad is one guy. He gets the Quran. It's one book. And it's just chock full of revelations that have no purpose other than any perverted thing that popped into his head. Allah says, oh yeah, here you go. So obviously you'd want to use a bunch of examples of that happening in the Bible. What you actually have is people in the Bible, when they do something bad, they get in trouble over it. They get in trouble over it, right? And they're condemned. And later people say, hey, you were wrong for that. So Abraham, you could be wrong about this, wrong about that. Abraham is praised. If you wanted to imitate Abraham, it tells you why. It's because of his faith. He kept believing God when God was saying things were going to happen. And they see him and say, what? My really, really old lady wife is going to have a child? All right. If God says it's going to happen, it's going to happen. This what? You're going to bless all the world through my seed? Oh, okay. God's going to do it. He keeps believing him. Doesn't mean everything gets a stamp of approval. But generally, you see people in the Bible doing stuff wrong. There are consequences for it. And it leads to all sorts of problems. Muhammad, nope. Everything he does, Allah's stamp of approval. And Fareed what did Fareed just say? He just repeated what you said again and just said, yeah.
Well, except that he had never said that I said that, right? So he's refuting this point of Muhammad getting the special privilege of having more wives. And this is a misconception. The reason that this is possible is because Allah does that. This is Islam. And Islam, Muhammad has special privileges. What is your problem with Muhammad having special privileges? So he can't go to the Bible because he actually made the correct point while refuting the point I didn't make. Weird.
Just a problem.
I thought you were right, David. I thought for sure he'd go to Solomon and be like, "Oh, this idiot! Solomon didn't just have 9 wives; he had 1,000 wives."
David, you did say for a second mistakenly Fareed instead of Saif.
Oh, what? Yeah, they're basically the same in my head. But yeah, I apologize for that. I have to. What? Go ahead.
I don't think that it is acceptable to insult Fareed at this point.
I know. I have to. It's going to take a while. I'm probably going to make that mistake repeatedly because they're very similar in my mind. Although yes, we can conclude that Fareed is light years ahead of Saif.
Yes.
All right. Couple super chats here. Momo is too shy. Yes, he is. Is this? What is this? Islam is false cause Mo was shy. Be macho like hijab.
Islam is false. Yeah.
I won't steal a person's joke like some person does. On is that
Reason Answers?
Yeah, okay, I was making sure. On Reason Answers, commenter Houston Euler said Muslims did win something, a gold medal in mental gymnastics. I'm going to steal that. So Rogue here presents this as something he's not going to steal. He gives credit. I will steal it without giving credit at all. So he just got it. Muhammad doing an Irish exit, blaming it on Allah. That is correct. Saif and Zakir Naik need to collab. Yeah, can you imagine? I mean, years ago we thought like Zakir Naik's arguments were so stupid. Look what Dawah has become. Thought Zakir Naik was dumb? Go to the internet now, guys. Gotta love these Dawah guys destroying Islam. Guys, I've said it 1,000. I'll say it again. You have no idea how good you have it right now. If you're trying to wreck Islam, right? You have no idea how hard it was 15 years ago. We just kept going after it and kept going after it. It felt completely hopeless because no one would get a point. And everything we brought up, we were called liars. And now they're just handing it to you. Of course. They'll say you're wrong, but then they'll agree with you. You just saw it. You just saw 3 points in a row where he agrees with everything Thaddeus is saying and says he's wrong. It's just amazing.
Man. Incredible.
Hey guys, Allah needs to go drop the kids off at the pool. So can you get out my mud hut, please? Muhammad, peace be upon him. That's about right. Made in Canada. Thank you. This man opened my leather straps. This is powerful. What is a good microphone and camera setup that you guys would recommend? I saw some at Best Buy, but wanted to hear your guys' thoughts. I'll give you an example of what not to do. I don't know if you guys noticed, but like my audio kind of like fades and gets distorted. Point. That is not a point. I have an awesome mic. I have the Shure mic, which is get a Shure mic if you can. It's going to depend on your budget because you can get cheap mics that are pretty good. You get Shure mics, which are really good. These are what you see on like professional podcasts and so on.
That's the Shure SM7B. That's what David has. I have the same.
Yeah. Yeah, and you should notice if you listen, AP actually has better audio. I have a good mic. I have a good camera. I have great headphones. I have a Stone Age computer, which for some reason, this model, because Anthony Rogers and I got our computers the same year. This is like 7-8 years ago or something like that. And I hear the same thing with Anthony. So there's something defective of that generation of iMacs that they're doing something in turn. I don't know if it's a setting that we could actually fix, but we both have the problem. So don't listen. The point is, don't listen to me on anything. Listen to AP's advice. AP, what are you saying? Get a Shure mic if possible.
Yeah. Well, these are the best used most popularly professionally. These along with the Rode mic. Not sure which one that is, but yeah. These are very, very good, but they do work with a little sound interface that you have to connect them to make it work properly. So yeah. Mm-hmm. But for beginner stuff, I used a Blue Yeti for a long time, and it was pretty good. So
yeah, and that's
just an upgrade.
That's the main idea. Based Autistic is. You got to figure out what your budget is. You can make anything work on a budget, and whatever your budget is as far as camera and mic, get that, and then later on, upgrade as necessary. If you go back to, if you check my videos from like 10 years ago, I was using a garbage camcorder. It wasn't garbage; it was good for the time. Now, by today's standards, I was using a not a great camera, and for the first couple years, I wasn't using any sort of mic except for the internal mic on the camera. So you hear lots of background noise from my early videos. Then eventually I got cheap. I remember it was $15 on Amazon, and it still had a wire. It wasn't wireless. It was just a big long wire. It was a 15-foot wire from my camera to a little lapel. So clip on and stuff like that. But the sound was way better than just picking up the noise in the room. Eventually, then I upgraded and got a wireless mic and so on. So yeah, just start with whatever you got and then upgrade as necessary. You have any advice, Thaddeus?
Yeah, I'd echo what you said there. A $15 lavalier mic does wonders. Anything more than that is probably overkill if you're just getting started.
Yep. Calling Mo's harem his family is such a stretch. It is his family. Does Saif... Hey, this is from Issa. Hey, Issa, what's up? Does Saif know Hebrew? Quran equals Arabic Bible equals no skill?
I don't get it.
Does Saif know Hebrew? Quran equals Arabic Bible.
Alhamdulillah.
Are you saying the Quran is the Arabic Bible? Clarify what you mean to us, Isa. Ayatollah says, bro, these Muslimin are annoying. Muhammad. That's funny. Bro, it's Muhammad talking. Bro, these Muslimin are annoying. Saif be blowing the windows off my house with his, what does THX intro have in voice? I don't know what abbreviations are. He does blow some windows off with that. Saif really out here modeling GAP's entire fall collection in one video. Gap's entire fall collection. Oh yeah, with all his wardrobe changes. That is funny, isn't it?
Yes.
Lots of wardrobe changes. Never seen this many wardrobe changes in a video. All right, what are we on? Point number 4? Is this 4?
Number 4.
All right, number 4, ladies and gentlemen. This is point number 4. Let me back this up slightly. All right, here we go. Don't want to miss a single word.
Does it make any sense?
Speaking of Muhammad's wives, when 2 of them shared his secrets with each other, Allah revealed a threat, saying they could be replaced in his eternal word.
Please tell me how this verse proves Islam is false. We don't believe the wives of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam were infallible. We don't believe in divine humans like you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
So apparently my point is that his wives must have been speaking truth.
How can you condemn Muhammad as a prophet because of his wives? They are merely humans. They are not divine.
You worship humans.
Okay. You okay, AP?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Guys,
I died.
We noticing the we should make a video. And also we have this for $29.95 at Gap. You can get this this little pullover. All right. Maybe he's going somewhere with it.
Corrected the Prophet's wives, may Allah be pleased with them, and asked them to repent, or they would be divorced from Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and substitute with better wives. And because he didn't divorce them, they were the better wives, and they repented, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepted their repentance. I know that the concept of repentance without human blood sacrifice is alien to you, but we Muslims aren't pagans, so we only ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to forgive us. And inshallah, He is the most forgiving, the most merciful. Please remember, God is not a human being, and God doesn't die.
Noted.
Oh my goodness. Well, fortunately, that was a nice little quick.
That was a quick one.
That was so stupid.
Guys, notice the reference. So Thaddeus pointed out Surah 66 verses 3 to 5. This is right after verses 1 to 2. This is all connected to that situation with Muhammad having sex with his slave girl in the bed of one of his wives. His wives becoming upset because they realize this is what you're doing when we're out. We're out and you run to our beds and roll around in the hot desert and it's 108 degrees and you're banging this slave girl in my bed, and then I come home and it's smelling like this other chick. What's going on here? They get upset about that.
Of course, that's what I'm doing.
Muhammad swears an oath, I'll never do it again. Allah says, what? I didn't tell you that. Break that wife. Go back to banging that girl. And then the warning, hey, ladies, if you have a problem with anything Muhammad's doing, he'll replace you. He'll just replace you with other better wives. He'll kick you to the
Imagine Muhammad
specifically sharing information between them, right? Because
running to
they
Aisha,
conspired together to get Muhammad to stop having sex with the slave girl.
Shame on them.
So that is what Allah is rebuking, is the wives conspiring.
Just imagine Muhammad was after that walking around his wives and was like, "You can't tell me anything. Allah
That's right.
said I can do it."
Well, yeah, he's walking around going,
Allah says I could divorce you.
yeah, he's walking around going, hey, Aisha, I just banged another slave girl in your bed. You want to say something? You want to say something? Huh? What's that? Oh, yeah, real quiet all of a sudden, eh, wives? Oh, yeah. He just agreed. Saif just agreed. That's exactly what happened. And he thinks he's responded to you. He's just saying, yes, but the wives were imperfect. Imperfect for what? For talking amongst themselves about all the messed up stuff that Muhammad is doing. And then Allah warns him, you better stop talking about him. You better stop talking to each other about all the messed up stuff he's doing. Or he'll get rid of you and replace you with other wives. Like,
We don't believe the wives of the Prophet Muhammad were perfect.
That's his response. We don't believe Muhammad's wives were perfect. Yeah.
Not perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally
Saif.
my point.
That's not, yeah. Thaddeus's complaint was not about Muhammad's wives not being perfect. Thaddeus is pointing out that, hey, wait a minute. You've got wives who are legitimately complaining that their prophet and husband, is banging a slave girl in their beds. And they complain about this to each other. And then he swears and he takes an oath. Oh, I swear I will never do this again. And then he does it anyway. And the wife, hey, what's going on with this guy? And then Allah, hey, ladies, better shut up about anything this guy does. That's the takeaway. Ladies, when you see Muhammad doing something that is extremely messed up, something that you regard as evil and depraved, even something that contradicts his own revelations, shut it. Don't say a word. Shut it. Because if you keep doing all this, going over to the other wife, hey, Aisha, you know what he was doing? What's it, Tasha? He's doing it. Allah will just get rid of you. You want that to happen? You want to be kicked to the curb? Or Are you going to be married after him? Nope, not allowed. So you want to be kicked to the curb permanently for the rest of your life? All right then, shut up. And Saif agreed to all of it. He agreed to all of it. Yeah, that is what's going on, but we don't have a problem with that. His wives are not perfect. Perfect. I don't know what to do here, man. This video, I mean, his response should be called, Saif agrees with everything Thaddeus says, but still believes in Muhammad. That's it. He believes everything Thaddeus says, but is still a Muslim. That's it. That could have been his entire response. I watched his 100 Reasons, and before watching his 100 Reasons, I was a Muslim. And after watching his 100 Reasons, I am still a Muslim. With that said, he is correct in everything he says. I don't know what to do, man.
Basically.
Oh, boy. There have been numerous articles over the years stating that there is an inbreeding issue in the Muslim world causing various disorders. Have you guys ever touched upon this? A little bit. Maybe related, just asking. You familiar with that, AP?
Never heard of that, no.
Yeah, it's mainly cousin marriage. That's the main issue, right? In places like Pakistan, it's like high rates of cousin marriage. And so, guys, it actually sucks. And
But Muslims are doing that?
yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, guys, it actually causes problems. It causes problems because you get all these things that have recessive genes. They're recessive, meaning if you have a parent who doesn't have the same mutation or something like that, the children are okay. They're carriers, but it doesn't affect them. But once you start marrying cousins and so on, then you end up with the same recessive gene. You end up with massive birth defects and so on, and horrible diseases and so on. And it's to the point where, like, am I supposed to be making fun of this? Should we be making fun of this? You're like, kind of mean to make fun of people for marrying their cousins and stuff like that. But you kind of have to, right? You kind of have to start saying, stop that. It's disgusting, and stop doing it. You're causing massive problems for your kids. Why? All you have to do is not marry your cousin.
No, don't make fun of it. We shouldn't make fun of it.
Who are you to judge another person's culture if we want to bang our cousins? Oh my goodness, I just thought about my cousins and how horrifying this whole thought is. Anyway, I don't know. Eyes equals windows of the soul. Dead eye equals sick soul. Guys, is there anything we'd want to add? Eyes equal leather strap of the anus, Hilaria. You should know this by now.
Alhamdulillah.
And so a dead eye is a dead leather strap of the anus.
Wow.
Accurate.
Thaddeus, your stick. Hey. Al Muhammad versus Al Joseph. Oh, AI Muhammad versus AI Joseph Smith. That'd be a good one to program. I'm sorry, it's pronounced as Midoredya and Bakugo, and no AI can't be copyrighted from my understanding. Well, that's good to know. We could just watch these in. I hate it when Allah rebukes me for not porking my slaves. Allah is really out there gooning. I still don't know gooning, but I get it. Midoriya is pronounced as Midori. Why is everyone breaking this down? We don't care what Midoriya is pronounced as, and we don't care about Bakugo. Bakugo, don't care. I don't know why iPhone be making my phone type extra stuff. We don't know why anyone wants to make this point to us. Bro is the Muslim Uncle Roger, the emotional damage guy. Also, never take Dartura.
What?
What's Dartura? You want to look that up?
No.
Is that some medication that
I'm scared.
Saif is taking?
I'm not going to look it up.
You better look it up.
No.
When Muhammad Hijab was talking about gimp golden showers, we had to look stuff up. Ayatollah says, is Allah into watching Muhammad? Brother, ooh. Muhammad, get back in there. Get back in there. I'm just going to sit here and watch. The hell you doing, Alan, probably. Come on, sci-fi has to be trolling Muslim apologists, right? You'd think that if we didn't see this so frequently.
He's actually that
Yeah,
stupid.
a fun fact there. My first idea of a channel was to create a ridiculous, over-the-top, insane Muslim apologetics channel that was supposed to be obviously a joke. And I was like, yeah, I don't think people would get it. So I decided not to do that.
AP, we should do that. We should find someone that no one knows, right?
I thought about that so often.
I thought about that too, but we've never actually done it. But the idea would be find someone we don't know.
Yeah.
Have him respond to us. So all this guy does is like make fun of our arguments. He never, ever, ever accurately understands or represents what we're saying. He gives the most insanely stupid takes on everything and gives the dumbest possible responses to everything. And watch him explode in popularity and have 100,000 subscribers within a couple months. That's exactly what would happen.
All Muslims.
We have a pretty racist comment here from Apollos. So Saif Talk sounds and looks like a human version of D Wood's goat toy. And we know what the Islamic world did to goats. So he's saying this is no. All right.
Have you been pushing that?
What? No.
The goat?
No, you have. Solaria says, toot, 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 Thad, not citing thoroughly. Jay Smith says that, doesn't he? Toot, toot, toot. You can ask the Twitter AI Grok to summarize the most popular arguments for or against Islam, Christianity, or atheism. It's a good tool. It will even cite sources of tweets. I've still not figured out the AI stuff, but it seems like someone's going to have to at some point. Imagine Masab versus Saif debate. I was actually thinking that with the way he talks. Wouldn't that be awesome? You are wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. No, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. That would be classic. That would be classic. All right, we're on point number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Point number 5. Point number 5.
That's what they do.
That's what they do. That's what they do. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is Thaddeus's point number 5, and Saif's going to destroy it.
Then there's Muhammad's wife, Sada. When she grew old, she feared Muhammad would divorce her, so she cut a deal, allowing Muhammad to spend more time with Aisha. Allah endorsed the deal by sending down Surah 4, 128.
No.
And just to be sure everyone knew it was okay, Allah added 33:51 as well.
Whatever he just said doesn't prove Islam to be false.
Whatever he just said? Like, do you think he just recorded that before he watched anything?
I don't know what he just said, but it does not prove Islam wrong.
That would be funny to just record himself saying these things before ever watching it, and he doesn't even respond. He just like tells someone to edit it together. Whatever argument he just gave, it is stupid and pointless, and you should not listen to anything he says. All right, next point.
Man.
So, guys, recap. Muhammad had multiple wives. One of his early wives, so Khadija died, and then closer around the same time, he marries Aisha and Sauda. Aisha became his favorite wife because she's super young, little girl, and stuff like that. Sauda was an old lady. This is more in line with Muhammad's desire to have a mother figure or something like this. But then he kept marrying more and more wives. Then he has more and more hot babes, and all of a sudden he's got Zainab, one of the hottest women in Arabia. He's got Safiya, one of the hottest women in Arabia. He's got all these hot babes around him, and he's got this old lady. And so he's going to divorce her. And she comes to an agreement. Hey, don't get rid of me. Don't get rid of me. I will renounce some of my marital privileges. You don't even have to visit me anymore. Just pretend I don't exist. Just don't divorce me, because then I won't have my home and won't have food anymore. And I'm an old lady. What am I going to do? And the Quran praises her for this. But he said, whatever he just said, do not believe it. It's stupid. I'm assuming he's going to go into more detail. But,
hopefully.
And there's a question of, is he going to understand the point at all?
No.
Let's find out.
Problem is with the free will of Sauda radiallahu anha and not Islam. Firstly, the hadith he made.
His problem is with free will. What is he? A determinist? Let me talk about the free will problem. He has a problem with Sauda having free will. Okay. Hey, he put this on the screen really, really small. Is he trying to make it completely unreadable? Let's see.
Isn't clear and doesn't mention our mother Sauda radiallahu anha. This hadith inshallah is more clear. Narrated Aisha radiallahu anha. Whenever Allah's Messenger sallallahu alayhi wasallam intended to go on a journey, he used to draw lots among his wives and would take with him the one on whom the lot fell. He also used to fix for every one of his wives a day and a night. But Sauda bin Zam'a gave her day and night to Aisha, the wife of the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam.
Yeah. Guys, he just admitted it right here.
This is the smartest.
Yeah. So what's it say? Muhammad had a day to be with each. In other words, there's a rotation. He's going to be with Sauda this night. He's going to be with Safiya this night. He's going to be with Zainab this night. He's going to be with Aisha this night, and so on. So he rotates through a schedule, except for the days when he just bangs them all in one day. Saif just quoted this passage saying, but Sauda said, hey, my day and my privileges and taking me, just give all that to Aisha. So Muhammad, by not divorcing me, you can take all my time and give it to Aisha, which would double your time with Aisha compared to all the rest of your wives. The Quran praises her for coming to that agreement. But what's causing it? She knows Muhammad's going to divorce her. That's the issue, right? It's the pattern of conduct in Islam is a guy who you marry a woman, and then once you can trade her in for younger additions, hotter additions, then you do it. And you just say, hey, you're too old for me now, even though I'm an old man. I'm an old man, you're an old lady, but I can get a 15-year-old. I can get an 8-year-old. I can get whatever I want now. So you get out of here, old lady. Is that someone you want as your pattern of conduct? Women of the world, is that someone you want as a pattern of conduct for men? Do you want that as a pattern of conduct for men? That you get married. A man says, hey, marry me. I want to be with you. And if you know that man, that Muslim man, is taking Muhammad as his pattern of conduct, that following his pattern of conduct, he can divorce you as soon as you get older and trade you in for a younger model. Is that someone you want as a pattern of conduct?
Of course, man.
And the fact that the creator of the universe is supposedly praising this entire situation. Oh, yes, it's the woman who needs to renounce her privileges in the marriage if she wants to keep this guy. So she has to come to arrangements. In other words, once you get old and you're less attractive to the guy, and he's now powerful and can get various women, you go to him and make agreements. Look, here's what I'll do for you. I'll make all these agreements with you. Just please don't kick me to the curb because I'm not even allowed to get married again. It seems like another perfect example of what Thaddeus is talking about. Muhammad's getting all these revelations just justifying horrible behavior. And sounds like Saif agrees with it. He just doesn't think it's horrible behavior.
But you left out his important argument, David, where he said, he quoted this hadith. That hadith is confusing and short. Let me go to a longer version of the same hadith to show that I know the references better.
Powerful refutation.
I did check. The specific reason I used that one is because it's the one that says it's the occasion of the verse. Yes, it is shorter. Yes, it does have less details, but this one doesn't say that the verse was revealed on this occasion.
So you're talking about Muhammad receiving Quranic revelations.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That have no purpose other than justifying messed up stuff that he's doing. All right, I backed it up a little bit just so we get
He used to draw lots among his wives and would take with him the one on whom the lot fell. He also used to fix for every one of his wives a day and a night. But Sauda bin Zam'a gave her day and night to Aisha, the wife of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, intending thereby to please Allah's Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Intending thereby to please Allah's messenger.
Mm-hmm. And thanks for the extra reference, Saif. I agree. I should have put this reference in. It makes my point better.
Thank you, Saif. You're doing a bang-up job of destroying your religion and proving everything Thaddeus has ever said.
Thank you, Saif. Thank you for defending it with such greatness. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. With Dawagandis like you. Wow.
Subhanallah. Sauda radiallahu.
This guy can't say 2 words without cracking me up. Subhanallah.
anha wanted to please her husband, and we have a Christian after more than 1400 years not happy with her. We have no authentic.
This Christian says that if any woman ever wants to please a man, that means the man is a false prophet. This is stupid. You see what Christians are saying. This is why their wives would never please them. Oh boy.
So stupid.
I don't know what to do with this dude, man. Okay, here we go.
Subhanallah, Sauda radiallahu anha wanted to please her husband, and we have a Christian after more than 1400 years not happy with her. We have no authentic narration that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam informed Sauda radiallahu anha that he wanted to divorce her. Sauda radiallahu anha, when she became old and it became difficult for the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam to stay overnight with her, she was the one who suggested to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Wait a second. Why would her being old make it difficult for Muhammad to stay overnight with her?
Yeah, he goes to her house. He goes around to his wives' houses. How's her being old make it difficult? And guys,
I can't get it up. I can't get it up. You're too old.
Yeah, guys, and the background of 4128 is let's say she believes Muhammad's going to divorce her. She's convinced Muhammad's going to divorce her. And so she comes to this agreement. The response from Allah in 4128, if he's not planning on divorcing her, should be, what are you talking about? Of course he's going to be faithful to you for life. Why would he divorce you? What are you talking about? Stop that. Calm down. Calm down, Sauda. Muhammad married you. Of course he's going to be faithful to you for the rest of your life until your death. Of course he is. He's the pattern of conduct. What sort of monster do you think is receiving these revelations? That's not. She says, Muhammad, I think you're going to divorce me. Please, look, I'll lay aside these privileges. Just, you don't have to visit me anymore. You can give all my time to Aisha. Just please don't divorce me. I don't want to be starving widow at this age. And Allah's response is, great job, great job. The response is not, what are you talking about? Why would Muhammad divorce you? What are you talking about? This kind of assumes that she's right. Anyway.
To Aisha radiallahu anha instead. That was her choice, and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam never asked her to do that. And by the way, the reason why Sauda radiallahu anha gave her right to Aisha radiallahu anha and not any other wife of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is because she knew that Aisha radiallahu anha was the most beloved to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
He's enhancing my argument. By the way, the reason that it went down the way it did is because that's the way Muhammad would have wanted it.
Guys, Sauda realizes Muhammad wants to spend more time with his younger, hotter wives, and so he's going to get rid of her. He's going to divorce her. In order to stop him, because she doesn't want to be an old widow at this point in her life. She wants to finish living out her life in her home. In order to avoid being divorced, she says, okay, Muhammad wants to spend time with his younger wives. Who's his favorite? Aisha. Okay, Muhammad, don't divorce me. Let me continue getting my home and you continue providing food to me. And all the time that you would have spent to me was now Aisha's. So you get twice as much time with Aisha, your favorite wife, if you don't divorce me. And the Quran says, great job, girl.
Yeah, and that's actually a good point, because that might be why Muhammad goes for it. Because if he just divorced her and replaced her with someone else, he couldn't give Aisha double time.
Mm-hmm.
Lies and misguidance of the Rafida towards our mother Aisha radiallahu anha. And let's read the verse he's trying to use as evidence against Islam.
And just to be sure everyone knew it was okay, Allah added 33:51 as well.
It is up to you, O Prophet, to delay or receive whoever you please of your wives. There is no blame on you if you call back any of those you have set aside. That is more likely that they will be content, not grieved, and satisfied with that you offer them all. Allah fully knows what is in your hearts, and Allah is all-knowing, most forbearing.
Why are you laughing, Thaddeus?
Thanks for putting the words you got there, Saif. Because my point is that the revelation tells Muhammad to do whatever he wants. And then he's like, let's read that verse and see what it actually says. It says right here, it's up to you, Prophet, to do whatever you want.
This Christian is lying. He's saying Muhammad receives these revelations telling him that it is up to him to do whatever he wants. This is a lie. Let me read it to you. It is up to you, O Prophet, to delay or receive whatever anything you want, O Prophet. There is no blame on you if you do whatever you want. There is no more lie, and you do whatever you want. Just keep doing whatever you want. Everything you want is fine. See, you've been destroyed.
He couldn't have had more perfect timing for reading the verse.
There is nothing in this verse that makes Islam false. Only in the head of a person who believes God is a human being. According to Tafsir Sadi, in this verse, Allah tells
Look
His
at
Prophet
this.
sallallahu.
This verse does not even say Islam is false. So why is he mentioning this verse?
This Quran verse does not say that Islam is false, but he is saying Islam is false.
Wasallam, that he is not obliged to share his time equally among his wives. The fact that he continued to share his time equally among them, even though he was not obliged to do so. Subhanallah, this Christian tried to speak against.
Wait a second. How is double time for Aisha equal time? He's like, Muhammad continued to share his time equally, even though the Quran told him he didn't have to.
That was an important question, Saif. You just said, and he was not required to give them equal time, but he did anyway. No, he didn't. He spent twice as much time with Aisha. Why? Because he wanted to get rid of Sauda, and Sauda came up with a brilliant plan.
That's a
and their wives didn't agree to it, so they didn't agree to give up their days. So what? He didn't steal time from another wife without the permission, and that proves he's a prophet?
Yes, this is the proof.
Our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but ended up proving the beautiful character of our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The Prophet.
You proved his beautiful character.
His beautiful character of preferring his youngest wife that most people would not consider mature in any way. This proves his beautiful character.
Yes, he wanted to bang the youngest one child bride most of all, and not the old one. And he came up with revelation that justified him just banging the younger ones and not the older ones. You see, this proves his beautiful character.
Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was not obliged to share his time equally among his wives, yet he still did that. This is why we are telling you to repent, come back to Islam, and accept Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam as your last and final messenger before it's too late. And by the way, you are a Christian who believes.
What?
This is the proof.
It is, isn't it? And by the way, you are a Christian who believes what?
In the Bible, you have no legs to stand on when it comes to this issue. 1 Kings 11 verse 2 to 3. They were from nations about which the Lord has told the Israelites, you must not intermarry with them, because they will surely turn your hearts after their gods. Nevertheless, Solomon held fast to them in love.
He brings it up.
He had 700 wives of royal birth and 300 concubines, and his wives led him astray.
And he was condemned for it, Saif Talk. That's what happens in the Bible.
So he has something that he could distort as being about polygamy. He doesn't bring up Solomon's many wives. He has Muhammad giving himself special privilege at Sauda's suggestion. And that somehow relates to Solomon having many wives, which, as you said, he was condemned for, led to the fall of Israel and the splitting of the kingdom.
Yeah, let's see where he's going with this.
Solomon, who you have...
Why did he bring that up? Why? Why did he bring that up? It has nothing to do with anything.
I don't know. It is like he just recorded this ahead of time without paying attention and then just spliced it all together.
No problem calling a prophet, had, according to your own Bible, 700 wives and 300 concubines, which is a total of 1,000 women.
Wow! And how could I know to do this math? This is proof.
Please tell me, how did he share his time equally with all of them?
How? No, he's saying, how did he share his time equally? Like that's our principle. Guys, did you understand the entire point? The entire point was Muhammad, the pattern of conduct for men, once a woman got old and wasn't attractive to him anymore, wanted to divorce her, and so she has to come to an agreement to give him, that's going to be to his benefit, that's going to give him more time with his child bride, so he gets to spend more time with her. And then Allah praises her for coming to this agreement, and he's saying, well, Solomon had 1,000 women in total violation of what he's commanded, led him astray. But how would he give equal time to all these 1,000 women? He couldn't. You see, your point just fell apart, because that was the point Thaddeus was making in Saif's mind.
That was totally my point, that Muhammad, he was perfectly justified in having 9 or 11 wives, guys, as long as he gave them equal time. But he didn't give them equal time, except I was refuted, and he apparently did, even though the hadith that Saif read said that Aisha got double time. Therefore, because Solomon had 1,000 wives, and we assume that he didn't just do them one day at a time for a 3-year period, therefore Christianity is, or I'm a hypocrite, because Christians believe in this principle of equal times for your 1,000 wives that you are allowed to have in Christianity.
Little side note. There is the hadith where Muhammad says that Solomon had 90 babes and had sex with all of them in a single night, and said, I'm going to impregnate all of them in a single night. And then, but because he didn't say inshallah, they didn't get pregnant.
Oh,
well, I think one did, right? And they gave birth to half a man or something like that.
Yeah, something
Whatever
like
that means.
Yeah. So Saif, I don't know if this stuff would be a problem for Solomon. That's a guy who, according to your prophet, could bang 90 women a night. So that's pretty easy to keep up even time, right?
I mean, I just read it in another 90.
Yeah. Next night, another 90, next night, another 90, next night, another. He could cycle through his wives like that. No problem.
Yeah, I think that would be 11 days, just exactly the same as Muhammad and his 11 wives. So there you go. Problem solved.
Yeah. Muslims, do you really not see a problem where when people say, hey, here's our arguments, and your guys never get the arguments right, ever, not one, and accidentally confirm everything we're saying, miss the point, attack a random point. This is called a straw man. Attack something we're not saying, and then claim victory. And all the Dawah fans go, oh wow, such a great response.
And here, David Wood says that Islam is false because we don't get arguments right. We don't even believe in arguments.
Perfect.
May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide the
Christians in their Bible.
back to the truth. And did you notice how the verse accuses Solomon alayhi salam of being led astray? A'udhu billah from such slander. Sulaiman alayhi salam was one of the best human beings to ever walk the earth, and was never being led astray. He was a true believer and a great moral example for us to follow. They instead followed the magic promoted by...
So we say, right, we said that Solomon did something wrong when he had 1,000 wives. So he says, how dare the Bible say that he did something wrong when it had 1,000 wives? We think this is the perfect example for everyone.
Yeah, guys, so Solomon didn't do anything wrong, and the Bible's wrong when it's saying he did something wrong. And therefore all you're left with is Muhammad, who did something wrong. You're bringing up Solomon to say, hey, if this is a problem, then you have this problem. But you don't believe this stuff about Solomon. You think we're lying about Solomon. So what do you have to go on with Solomon? All we're left with is the problem with Muhammad, right? And guys, this is this ongoing problem. This is this ongoing problem. They say, oh, we believe that prophets are human beings and they can... Okay, yeah, so they're gonna make mistakes and do wrong things, right? What should God be doing? God should be condemning them for doing the wrong things, right? Say, hey, you're a prophet, but look what you did right here. This is messed up. Only problem is whenever God says, hey, you did something messed up, they go, oh, this is a lie. This person would never do this kind of thing. Okay, so all the prophets are just squeaky clean until we get to your prophet who has sex with a prepubescent girl and gets caught with the wife of his own adopted son. And here he gets breaks his oath about having sex with a slave girl in the bed of his wife, Hafsa. Guys, you should be... The better you want to make the previous prophets and say, oh, all that's lie, they were just all squeaky clean, the worse your prophet looks by comparison. Your prophet already looks bad by comparison because the people in the Old Testament who did something wrong, the Bible condemns them for it instead of justifying it. So your prophet already looks worse by comparison. But if you say all the bad stuff about them is made up, then okay, they're all great, squeaky clean, they're all sinless and perfect until we get to your prophet, and he's the worst. He's one of the worst people we've ever encountered anywhere, ever. Bad approach, guys. Bad approach. This is really dumb. Okay, now he's going on to Solomon. Never did Solomon disbelieve
the devils during the reign of Solomon. Never did Solomon disbelieve. Rather, the devils disbelieved. They taught magic to the people, along with what had been revealed to the two angels, Harut and Marut, in Babylon.
Fun little passage. The devils are the one that teach magic. But magic is used to discombobulate Muhammad in the Hadith. They use magic. But where does magic come from? Devils. Therefore, devils had power over Muhammad.
Discombobulate.
We are, alhamdulillah, Muslim.
Okay.
Hold on, I had a point on that. So he says that this is his verse proving that that Solomon never did anything wrong. But all it said is that he never disbelieved. It didn't say that he was sinless. The idea of prophets being sinless is a much later invention. The Quran says that all the prophets sinned. So
except Jesus.
Where's his proof that Solomon? Yeah, except for Jesus, right? Jesus is unique in that. So what exactly does this verse tell us about the Bible being wrong exactly? I don't get it.
Yeah, it says he never disbelieved.
But I guess the logic here is the only way this could work is if you believe, then you never sin. That means anyone who sins is not a believer. I imagine Saif has probably sinned even in his own mind, so he's not a believer. That is the logic.
Something like that.
And we will defend the honor of all the prophets of God against the lies and slanders of...
We will defend all the honor of all the prophets of God, especially when you bring up that Muhammad had sex with a little girl, and then we will say that Isaac had sex with a 3-year-old. To defend his honor, we will say this.
Saif, you believe in a religion that has nothing to do with the figures in the Bible, that just hijacked them, copied them, tried to copy them, but did a very terrible job from the Bible. Your religion is completely disconnected and has nothing to do with the Bible and its characters. It sounds very stupid when you try to defend them.
It's also weird because he's spending extra time on this point compared to previous points. So I'm wondering what he's going to keep bringing up.
The Bible towards them.
Okay, finally. Okay, guys. What was that all? Was that all on the issue of Sauda?
Yeah.
That was all in Sauda? He's talking about Solomon? Okay, well. So you are hypocrites. Right. You're complaining about Muhammad doing this when Solomon did this. But we want to correct you. Solomon never did that. Ha ha!
You can't. David, I gotta go. You guys can handle it.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Okay.
We don't need you.
Yeah. Stay away from Islam.
No. We will all convert when you leave.
Dare you?
Finally got rid of the atheist and his pointless commentary. Oh, a couple of super chats. I totally disagree. Saif is really on fire. He's heating up to Aaron Bushnell levels with this point. That's messed up. That's the guy who burned himself, right? That's pretty messed up. Ayatollah, that's pure evil. Pamela C says, not sure why this keeps pausing. Thank you for what you do. David Wood and AP do keep us informed. LOL so many times because of the sense of humor you both have as you address these tough issues. Oh, boy. We do pause a lot. That's every time this guy says something stupid. But Saif is correct. I am Thaddeus's only source. Shake Google. The reason why Dawa jihadis have dead eyes is severe mental illness caused by inbreeding through too many generations first cousin marriages. You don't know that. You'd have to prove that these particular guys were the product of cousin marriage. Pastor Google, hey, here's from Isa. Pastor Google is Saif's only source on the Bible. He doesn't seem to know a lot, does he? No. Just basic Dawa script stuff. Given that Sci-Fi is outright explaining that Islam permits sex slaves, why does YouTube permit these channels, given that this is outright against their community guidelines and terms of service? I don't know. Is that actually a rule saying you can't promote taking sex slaves? We'll have to check that out.
I mean, yeah, it sounds like something that would be there, that you can't promote.
Yeah, we'd have to see. But then there's the unwritten rule that if you're Muslim, then the rules don't apply. Like you can't be calling for the future execution of some people on YouTube. But they let Ali Dawa do it because he's calling for because he's a Muslim and he's calling for the public executions of ex-Muslims in the future. So did you see Islam's response to women winning UK votes? No, I know they just had elections there, but haven't been following the responses. Solaria says, and Allah said he'd given rules for breaking oaths.
Yeah.
Yep. One of them is, if Allah didn't command you to break the oath, you go and do it. Muslims defending Muhammad are exposing laymen and ignorant Muslims to things about Muhammad they never knew, which is creating doubt. That is the real takeaway.
Like I said earlier, I looked at the comments. Most of them were just totally unrelated to the video, but there were a surprising number of Muslims who were quite bothered by Muhammad having sex with slaves because they didn't know that was a thing. And there's Saif, yes, we know this and we're proud of it.
Mm-hmm. And guys, that was the plan all the way back in like 2005. I've mentioned this before, but so Nabil became a Christian 2005 or whatever. And it was it was within a year that he did his first debate. And it was sometime after that we realized the issue, trying to arrange debates, that when you wanted to arrange a debate, you went to a Muslim organization and said, hey, we want to have a debate. And then the Muslim organization will say, okay, we're going to get Shabir Ali. And here are the topics that we would agree to. And it would be, did Jesus die by crucifixion? Did Jesus rise from the dead? Is Jesus God? The Bible? Something like that. They wouldn't put Muhammad up for scrutiny. Ever. It wouldn't happen. They would not put Muhammad up for scrutiny. So we came up with the idea, wait a minute, we are interacting with these other Muslims online who are actually willing to defend Muhammad online. So why are we going to the Muslim organizations which filter what you're allowed to say and say what you're allowed to bring up and so on? Why don't we just start getting some of these younger generation of Muslims up on stage to defend these points? And the goal was that the older generation of Muslims understood, do not ever allow these things to be said on stage, because once you allow them to be said on stage, then all the people who don't know about these things are going to know about them. So never be in a situation where they're going to hear this. That was it. That's evil because they're trying to cover up what Muhammad actually did, but it was very smart. They're smart. If the Muslim population never knows about this stuff, they're never going to know. Great. We never have to answer this stuff. You got this younger generation. We can answer this stuff. And we're like, oh, okay, we'll give you an opportunity to answer this stuff. So we bring up Muhammad and Aisha. And guess what, guys, back then, the better the Muslims' defense was, the better. Because the better his defense of Muhammad and Aisha was, the better his justification for Muhammad having sex with a prepubescent girl, the better his justification was, the more likely other Muslims were going to go, oh, wow, okay, so we can defend this stuff. And the more comfortable they'll be bringing it up, right? So anyway, you go through almost 20 years of this now, and all of a sudden now, all the stuff from back then that a Muslim leader would never allow to be said on a stage, now you've got these guys running around the world saying it, shouting it, screaming it, and defending it as great. But there are still lots of Muslims who still don't know this stuff because they're still more familiar with the arguments from 15, 20 years ago. These things take a while to filter down. Just because we're saying them online doesn't mean that Muslims, we're talking 2 billion Muslims. Not every Muslim is familiar with what we're saying during a live stream, or what we're saying in a video. So it still takes time. But you got the guys like Saif, we are not ashamed of having sex with a slave girl. And then look, it's still going on. Thaddeus brings up a point. Saif Talk, I can defend Muhammad against this point. I will say we have no problem with him having sex with a slave girl. And there are still Muslims who, if they saw Thaddeus saying it, they would go, I don't believe this guy.
He's a liar.
But they see Saif saying it. They see Saif saying it. We have no problem with this. We have no problem with this. And they're going, wait a minute, what?
I have a problem.
He did what? I didn't know that. And you're not only saying, yeah, he did do it, you're defending it. And it's the other guy who's condemning this thing that I believe is morally wrong. Interesting. So anyway, it's still going on, ladies and gentlemen. But once they got into that method of actually thinking they can defend Muhammad instead of trying to cover it up, it was over. It was all over. So yes, good point there. Deus Walt. Gwyneth here, Scarecrow, reasoned answers, Tin Man D-Wood. Hey, that is funny. Yeah, AP needs a lion suit. That is funny. I hadn't thought about that. Yo, where you been, man? Just like the Tin Man, you got no heart. Cut my aorta, made his life more difficult. It sure did. He died. We're about to reenact that. We're about to reenact that next week. You see, you can polish a turd. Islam is the truth. David has been refuted. With jizz hands, do the rules about licking your fingers to keep the blessing away from Satan still apply? Yeah, guys, think about that, because you got these passages where Muhammad said, after you eat, either lick your own fingers, or if you don't want to lick your fingers, have someone else lick them. We already think that's gross, right? And he makes it this big theological thing where Allah hides a blessing somewhere in the food, and you don't know which particle it's in. So you don't know if it's in just the debris on your fingers, and therefore you don't want to wipe your hands on a napkin. That could be where the secret blessing is hidden. And therefore you either need it, you either want to eat, and he even says if you leave it on the ground, like jinn are going to steal your blessing. Jinn are going to steal the blessing. So you have to suck on your fingers and so on. And if you don't want to do it, if you think that's gross, have someone else. So these guys would be having other people lick their fingers and so on. But here's the issue. Aisha there's all these passages about Aisha scratching the semen off Muhammad's clothes. Aisha ate food too, right? So the rule applies to her. Nasty. AP, when Muslims pray, since they don't have any images of their prophet or God, you think they picture Jesus. Could be why Muslims have dreams of him. Well, they can imagine him. He's this sort of two-armed monster, one leg with 2 feet sticking out of it like a mermaid-looking thing. Let's see. This dude is pulling a Joe Biden, but worse, lol. You heard it here, folks. Saif, worse than Joe Biden. Wait. Saif is actually making a coherent point this time. He was saying Muhammad got special privileges because he had more responsibility. Yeah, guys, you can compare that with Paul, the Apostle Paul, talking about the life of an apostle, and he's talking about how much they suffer and how much everything sucks for them, how hard their lives are because they have a more difficult life because of their great responsibility. Muhammad, no, it's you're the prophet, then Allah just showers you with anything you want. Saif Talk is a metaphysical matter. Don't underestimate this guy. He's planting seeds of confusion that will rot us for years. I don't think so. He's planting seeds of confusion, but if the idea here is, and here's the sad part is, there are obviously people who are dumb enough to fall for that, just like there are people who are dumb enough to fall for Ali Dawah and so on. The good part is, if all they're ever convincing are like the dumbest of the dumb, then after this goes through the cycle for a while, you're basically going to have a population that is the dumbest of the dumb defending Islam. And everyone else who can see through this is going to be like, this is insane nonsense. Now, That doesn't mean there's not a problem, because you have a giant, if you have a big enough mob of really, really dumb people, that can do a lot of damage in the world. But it is a good shift. It is a good shift nevertheless. Which print of the Quran is most pleasing to chew? They're all pretty bad, but you still got to do it. This is your brain on Islam. Saif. Any questions? That is another takeaway. Just like, look at this. This is how you defend Islam. Look at what Saif is doing. This is how you defend Islam. That's how you defend Islam. Completely misrepresent what the other person has said. Grant all the factual information that's being shared, and sound confident in your response. That's it. That's all you do. That's what Islam is. I am so lost. They have excuses to everything. It's just weird because it's getting to the point where they're not even offering excuses for anything. They're just pretending. They're just pretending you didn't actually make the point you were making, and I don't know. And here, I think Saif is daif. Yeah. All right, we got some more super chats, but let's jump back into this video. Are you ready? What are we on? 6 or 7 now?
6, I believe.
Okay, 6. All right. You ready?
Who can forget Zainab, the beautiful wife of Muhammad's adopted son? Or should I say ex-wife? After Muhammad saw her scantily clothed, he desired her. Zainab's husband Zayd offered to divorce her, but Muhammad said no. Then mysteriously, Allah corrected him with the bizarre excuse that this was done to solve the non-existent problem of people wondering if it was lawful to marry their adopted sons' ex-wives.
Subhanallah, he answered.
Why don't you break down that point? We want everyone, guys, this is a very important point because there are lots of things we bring up, like Muhammad and Aisha and all these issues and so on. This one right here was a huge issue in the Muslim sources. People were flipping out over this, and multiple Quran revelations were sent to justify this. This was a big deal during the time of Muhammad. So this isn't simply something that we're bringing up years later and judging Muhammad based on our own time. This is, people were flipping out about this during the time of Muhammad. But what's the issue here? What are you talking about?
Yeah, so the gist is that Muhammad adopts a son because he's not able to have any biological sons of his own, and that son eventually gets married. According to the commentaries, Al-Tabari, I think, he goes to her house, right? He's going there to see his son, goes to the house, son's not home, just the woman's home, and Allah, supposedly, causes the wind to blow and reveal the nearly naked body of his daughter-in-law. The wording is that his heart jumps, that he desires her, but then he has a moment of sanity and he runs away, basically. Right? He's like, no, that's wrong. That is really wrong. I cannot take my daughter. But he thinks about it for a while. He's like, I did desire her. My heart did leap. But yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong. Nope. Allah comes in and says, Muhammad, stop. I caused you to desire her. So you're going to have to take that woman as your wife. I think I did this slightly out of order. His son noticed that Muhammad was attracted to her and was acting weird or something. He's like, hey, you know what, Dad? I love you more than my wife. Why don't I just go ahead and divorce her so that you can have her? And Muhammad says no to that as well. Then Allah says, nope, the divorce is going to happen. So that's what it happens, right? The revelation comes down, divorce happens, and then people are like, whoa, Muhammad. You're doing a lot of sick stuff, but this is too far. We cannot accept this behavior. Even we know that you shouldn't be having sex with your daughter or daughter-in-law. So Allah sends a second revelation to say, that adoption, it never happened because I have abolished adoption. Therefore, she was never your daughter-in-law. Therefore, she's just an ordinary woman that you can do whatever you want. Now, keep in mind that his son definitely did have sex with this woman. So regardless of the legal status, he is having sex with a woman whom his son had sex with.
So Muhammad adopts a son. That son gets married to Muhammad's cousin. Muhammad goes to visit his adopted son, sees her practically naked, desires her sexually. That's Allah revealing to him that he's going to have her. He's worried about what people are going to say. That's one of the fundamental principles. Is he's worried about what people are going to say. That's why he doesn't want to. That's why he doesn't want to do it. So then, when his adopted son is saying, "Hey, I'll divorce her so you can have her," no, don't do that. And Allah actually condemns him in the Quran. Allah condemns Muhammad in the Quran, Surah 33, verse 37, for covering this up and trying to avoid it. But then, as you point out, he the reason that Allah gives for insisting that Muhammad take the wife of his own adopted son is because Allah says everyone needs to understand that it's okay to bang the wives of their own adopted sons. It's so important. I have to have you do it, Muhammad, to set an example. Now, this is so insanely stupid on multiple levels. Like, one, if Allah wanted to say, guys, hey, did you know that it's okay to have sex with the wives of your own adopted sons? If Allah wanted to say that, he could just say it. There's no need to have Muhammad actually do it. You could just say it as a revelation. That's one. Two, how many people actually struggle with this? I've never met one. I've never met a person in my life who's like, oh, that's my adopted son over there, and his wife's got some really nice boobs on her. Look at that butt. Oh, man, I wonder if I should bang her. Let me seek advice from God. Oh, it's right here in the Quran. I should bang her. Oh, great. It's okay. So there's that. And then third, as you've pointed out, in order to justify Muhammad marrying her, Allah abolishes adoption in Islam. There's no more adoption in Islam. You can take care of an orphan in Islam. You do not adopt the orphan. Adoption is when someone becomes part of your family, takes your family name, and so on. That's been abolished in Islam. So guys, Allah says, here's the problem. Here's the takeaway. Get your minds around this. Very, very important. In fact, if we keep saying like, you don't need to learn everything to be blasting away at Islam. Learn one thing well. Learn this argument well. That's all you need. Like, learn this argument well. Learn the references well on this. What you have here is Allah saying, Muhammad, it's so important for people to understand that they can take the wives of their own adopted sons that I'm telling you to do it. That's how important this is. You have to do it so that all future generations understand they can take the wives of their own adopted sons. But then to justify it, Allah abolishes adoption. So it's a situation that's never going to arise again, ever. It's never going to be a situation. So you guys understanding this? It's never a situation arise that people are going to have adopted sons. So they're never going to be in a situation ever again in Islam where they might desire the wives of their adopted sons. There are no more adopted sons. But Allah is telling Muhammad, the reason you have to go bang this woman is so that future generations understand they can bang the wives of their own adopted sons. It's a situation that's never going to arise again, Allah. You're saying this is so important that Muhammad has to do it, and yet you've wiped out the relevance of it because it's not a situation that would ever arise again. So guys, Thaddeus is talking about red flags and suspicions and so on. If a guy comes along and says, I have a revelation, I've seen this woman practically naked and Allah wants me to bang her. You say, what's going on there? And he says, no, Allah says I have to bang her. I don't want to, but I have to bang her. Allah says I have to go bang her. Why does Allah want you to bang her? So that future generations understand that they can bang the wives of their own adopted sons. Okay, is this a situation that's ever going to arise again? No, because Allah is abolishing adoption in Islam. So it's never going to arise again. If that doesn't raise some suspicions, a guy is saying, Allah's ordering me to do this for this purpose, and it's a purpose that can never exist again. What's the real takeaway? Doesn't it just seem like this a guy who saw by this time in his life, he could pretty much get anything he wanted and come up with revelations to justify it? So he sees a hot babe and says, I'm going to take her. What's anyone going to do about it? I'll just receive a revelation saying it's okay. How much more obvious could it be? Anyway, that's the situation. So I'm wondering what his response is going to be.
What do you think his response is going to be? Because I would have said that he'll just deny the sources because they aren't, Sahih Hadith. But having seen how he did everything else, I think he's going to say, you have a problem with his son freely divorcing his wife. I think it's going to be.
I really have no clue. I have no clue how you respond to this one because it's one of these issues where there is no, like, one, there's definitely no good response, but I can't even think of like a solid dumb response that would be convincing even to stupid people. Like, how do you defend this?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. All right, I guess there's only one way to find out. We're going to check it out. All right, guys. Here's Saif's response.
Answered his own misconception.
Zainab's husband Zayd offered to divorce her, but Muhammad said no.
Do you think if Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was as you're trying to claim, he would say no? The Prophet sallallahu alaihi
It says it in the. It says it. What's he denying there? It says it.
Well, he's saying that because Muhammad initially said no, that it must come from Allah when he changes his mind.
Yeah, and it's because it specifically says that it was because Muhammad feared the people. He's worried about people making fun of him, going, this dude's banging the wife of his own adopted son. That's what he's worried about. And Allah's saying, wait a minute, you're supposed to listen to me when I'm telling you to go bang that girl. Instead, you're worried about what the people. Shame on you, Muhammad. This is one of the actual criticisms of Muhammad. Surah 33 verse 37 is one of the actual criticisms of Muhammad in the Quran. And it's criticizing Muhammad for not wanting to bang the wife of his own adopted son because he's worried about being judged by people going, this is incest, you sicko. And then so
to good moral character.
And then so
to do it.
Yeah, to do away with the charge of incest, Allah abolishes adoption.
Hold on a second. Think about that argument, right? So Muhammad has good moral character. Like, I'm lying, saying that Muhammad has bad moral character, even though that's not technically the point. Because Muhammad declined it, that proves that he has good moral character. Allah tells him otherwise. So it's Allah that's immoral in his argument. He saved Muhammad by throwing Allah under the bus.
All right, let me back this up. He seems to have quite a bit of time on this point, so let's see what his response is.
exception.
Zainab's husband Zayd offered to divorce her, but Muhammad said no.
Do you think if Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was as you're trying to claim, he would say no? The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Yeah. He was concerned about people accusing him of incest. He was very concerned about what people said about him. Yes, that's true. He wanted to satisfy all of his desires and simultaneously dude, he's what's he objecting to? The idea that Muhammad was worried about what people said about. I've never heard of anyone anywhere in history who was more concerned with what other people said about him than Muhammad. That's why they end up with you kill him if he's saying anything. Kill someone for saying anything about Muhammad. Kill them. Just murder them for saying something about. I've never heard of anyone more obsessed with whatever. If you leave Islam, you have to be executed. Why? Because now you're saying he's a false prophet. You can't say this guy was absolutely obsessed with what people were saying about him. And so here, these worlds are colliding. One, the world where Muhammad gets whatever he wants, whatever perverted thing pops into his head. Oh, I see my adopted son's wife, and she's got some really nice boobs and butt over there. I guess maybe God wants me to go bang her. So you got that side of Muhammad, and also the, no, people are going to make fun of me and say I'm an obvious false prophet. So these worlds collide. And he's saying, no, do you think if Muhammad was as you say, do you think this is exactly what we would expect from Muhammad. We would expect him to want the babe and to be concerned about what people are going to say.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't know what he actually has in mind as to what I think of Muhammad, but if he's doing what I actually would say, that he's getting revelation to justify his actions before he does them, then this is exactly what I would expect it to go down on. I wouldn't expect him to just take the woman and then later get a revelation to justify it. That wouldn't be consistent.
Told Zayd radiallahu anhu to keep his wife even though the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam had love for her, and not like what the Prophet David did in your Bible.
Did he say even though the Prophet had love for her?
Yes, love for her. He sees her body and desires it. That is love in Saif's mind.
So he's in love with her. Hang on.
Zainab's husband Zayd offered to divorce her, but Muhammad said no.
Do you think if Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was as you're trying to claim, he would say no? The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam told Zayd radiallahu anhu to keep his wife even though the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam had love for her, and not like what the Prophet David did in your Bible. On evening, David got up from his bed and walked around on the roof of the
and he is massively condemned and rebuked and punished in the Bible. In fact, this is when everything starts breaking down for him. God just showers him with blessings year after year until David starts acting like this, and God starts punishing him. So just the insanity of thinking these are parallels. When someone does something wrong in the Bible, Saif, he is condemned for it. And then you come along and say, well, then it never happened because these guys wouldn't have done anything wrong. Okay, why are you bringing it up when if these guys didn't do anything wrong, then all we're left is your prophet taking the wife of his own adopted son and banging her after lusting after her and causing the divorce? How are you this stupid? Seriously, how are you this dumb? All right.
From the roof, he saw a woman bathing. The woman was very beautiful, and David sent someone to find out about her. The man said, she is Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, and the wife of Uriah the Hittite. Then David sent messengers to get her. She came to him, and he slept with her. Now she was purifying herself from her monthly uncleanness. Then she went back home. The woman conceived and sent word to David saying, I am pregnant. Is this really the description of a true prophet of God? You believe David, a prophet of God, committed adultery with Bathsheba, a married woman, and she got pregnant. A'udhu billah from such lies. And worse than that, you...
Yes, because no king could ever do something wrong and disobey God. It's an impossibility. It's an impossibility.
Like, he didn't even try to defend. Like, he's like, this is just like in the Bible, where David does this horrific act.
Yeah. And
yeah, that's the point. Well, actually, not the point technically, but it's what you think the point is that Muhammad did something horrible. And you're like, oh, you see, David didn't actually do this. The Bible just claims that he did. Therefore, when Muhammad did it,
it's like
Christians are hypocrites.
Yeah, it's like they're saying Muhammad is the only prophet who did all this stuff. No, when the Bible says, see, Muhammad is the only prophet who could do all this stuff, because when Muhammad does all this stuff, Allah justifies it. But in the Bible, when prophets do this messed up stuff, God condemns it and punishes them for it. And therefore, he couldn't have done all this stuff. Therefore, the Bible's all made up on this stuff. Therefore, the only prophet to do all this messed up stuff is Muhammad. He doesn't even understand the history of Islamic theology. In the first century of Islam, they had a doctrine, Ismat al-Anbiya. That's Allah's protection of the prophets. Allah's protection of the prophets. In the first century of Islam, the doctrine meant that Allah will protect a true prophet from persisting in major error. You can commit a major error. Allah is going to punish you and bring you out of that major error if you're a true prophet. That's why the first century of Muslims had no problem with the story of the satanic verses. It fits perfectly. Muhammad promoted shirk, promoted prayers to pagan goddesses and so on, and Allah took him out of that and corrected him. Guess what also fits that perfectly? Story of David and Bathsheba. David sinned, God punished him and brought him out of it, brought him to repentance. Later, afterwards, Muslims became so infatuated with glorifying and praising Muhammad that they changed the theology to the doctrine that Allah's protection of the prophets means that Allah would protect a prophet from ever committing any sort of major error. So then they had to throw out the story of the satanic verses. They had to say, oh, these stories in the Bible are made up because Allah would never allow a prophet to do these kinds of things. These are doctrines invented by men, Muslims. Saif, this is Allah's protection of the prophet interpreted as Allah will never allow a prophet to commit any sort of major error. That's an invention. That's invented by a man, and you mindlessly agree with it, and then you use it to throw out the history of Muhammad. You use it to throw out everything, what's in the stories in the Bible. Why? Because some guy decided one day, you know what? We need to modify this doctrine of Allah's protection of the prophets. It's like, what are you worshiping? That's innovation, Saif. That's innovation. You guys invented your theology over time, and that's what you believe, and then you use it to throw out actual revelations and actual history. It's pathetic.
Do you know why they changed that doctrine, David?
What?
Do you know why they changed that doctrine?
No, why? Do you know?
Well, I have a very good theory based on the way things evolve in Islam in general. They were probably having conversations with Christians. Christians were pointing out that Jesus is perfect without sin in any way. They go to the Quran. Yeah, Jesus is perfect in sin without any way. The Christians are right when they say that they follow a superior prophet. What are we going to do about this? Oh, yes, Muhammad is sinless too. All the prophets are sinless, in fact. For sure, that's how it went down.
Yeah, something. It's got to be something along those lines. But guys, we're just stuck in this position now where they're evaluating all of history and revelations through the lens of a doctrine completely invented by a man in the history of Islam, by theologians who just said we're gonna say that this doctrine means this. Okay, we'll have to throw out all the sources and so on. So, Saif, what is your basis for thinking that a human being selected by God to be a king and to receive revelations, that person suddenly becomes sinless? What's your defense of that? Other than, well, I just heard that and therefore I believe it's true. Oh, guys, so follow the reasoning here. Muhammad sees a lady practically naked. Oh, she's the wife of my own adopted son. But I'm lusting after her, so this must be from God, because God gives me what I want. Oh, but wait a minute. People are going to make fun of me, so now I got a problem. I want the babe, I want to bang her, but I don't like people making fun of me. What am I going to do? I need revelations. Revelations. And Allah gives them the revelations, and they are the absolute dumbest, most incoherent revelations of all time. You can't come up with stupider revelations than Muhammad, I need you to have sex with the wife of your own adopted son so that future generations of Muslims who never have adopted sons will understand that it's okay to have sex with the wives of their own adopted sons, which they will never have again. That's insane. That is stupid and insane. And he's defending it by saying, but in your Bible it says David committed a horrible sin.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So the defense is Muhammad originally said no, and look at the Bible, right? He went to the Bible real quick on this one. He did not want to talk about this one for some reason.
Yeah, I seriously want to see where he's going with this. I want to see where he's going with this. Let's see.
Believe, according to your Bible, that David caused her husband to die so that he could get with her. In the morning, David...
Little side note on the principle of embarrassment. Saif. David is one of the absolute all-time heroes in the Bible. Not because of that. Not because of that. Because of other things. Do you think that some people along the way would say, hey, here's this guy who never did anything wrong in his life and he spent his entire life doing nothing but right great things. Let's make up a story about him committing adultery and then killing a guy to cover it up. What's more likely? That someone just decided that they're going to make that up and then everyone who's involved in the formation of the Bible says, yeah, that's a good idea. Hey, we never heard that before. You're just making it up. But let's all put that in there. What's more likely? That a bunch of people just decided to make up a bunch of messed up stuff about their hero? Or that actually happened and they recorded it because they're actually honest and they said, hey, if this guy messed up, we record it. So future generations understand. Even kings, guys, even kings have to be held accountable, and they will be held accountable by the Almighty. What's more likely? Saif, stop saying, here, I don't like this, therefore it's not true. That's stupid. It's stupid. It's so insanely stupid. What's wrong with you, man? Okay, what's he going on to more? David and Bathsheba. He's got David and Bathsheba here on the screen. Let's see.
Wrote a letter to Joab and sent it with Uriah.
He's still going on about this.
Put Uriah out in front where the fighting is fierce, then withdraw from him so he will be struck down and die.
Agreed.
Look at this diabolical story. David sent a letter with Uriah, the husband of Bathsheba, with the instructions to betray him and have him killed. This can never be the actions of a true prophet of God.
Why?
Based on?
Yeah, your prophet had sex with a prepubescent girl, took the wife of his own adopted son, swore an oath to his wives that he'd stop having sex with a slave girl, then says, I got a revelation. Allah says I need to break that. Where in the name of common sense are you getting the idea that a king who gets really powerful cannot do something wrong? Where? And the answer is your theologians just invented a stupid fake doctrine at some point. Defend it. Defend the doctrine for us. Explain why. Oh, we just believe these guys are human beings. What, a human being can't see a woman and lust after her? By the way, little side note, I always wondered, like, David's on the roof and he's looking down and seeing Bathsheba taking a bath on her roof. And I'm like, how is this even possible? I went to the site in Israel of David's palace. They've located the outline of David's palace. And so it's on the top of the hill. And the house, it's interesting, the houses where people lived were down in the valley. And so from that point in the palace, you look down and you see the tops of all the houses. And people would bathe on their roofs and so on. So David can actually look down, and one day he looks down and sees a hot bath. It's actually interesting because it fit perfectly. Once I always wondered, like, how's he seeing a chick on her roof? What's that? She's up on a roof. How's he seeing her on the roof? And you actually go to the spot and it's, oh, he would have seen anyone on the roof here. Anyway, interesting stuff. But no, Saif doesn't believe it could happen. Saif, and he's super smart.
When Uriah's wife heard that her husband was dead, she mourned for him. After the time of mourning was over, David had her brought to his house, and she became his wife and bore him a son. But the thing David had done displeased the Lord. Subhanallah, according to the Bible, David desired a married woman and committed adultery with her and caused her husband to die to get with her. And
he put Jean-Luc Picard on the screen?
He's got facepalm, presumably. But
as
he should
a consequence,
be
he displayed
Saif's argument.
This is why Saif would never in a million years dream of being in a discussion, because he would say these things. A prophet would never do that. We'd say, why? Prove it. Prove it. Prove that a prophet is somehow, once he receives a revelation, is somehow divinely protected from ever doing anything wrong at any point in his life. Show us that. Mm-hmm. And if you want to say that about this guy, again, if you want to say that all these prophets are great and sinless and will never do any of this stuff, and you're left with Muhammad, one of the most repulsive individuals in history, he looks worse by comparison. If you have a King David who committed adultery and had one of his friends killed to try and cover it up, okay, your prophet doesn't look as bad by comparison. Now, he still looks really bad by comparison because David is condemned for it. The Bible condemns people when they do these things. So your prophet still looks bad, but not as bad as if none of these guys ever did any of this stuff. Now he looks like off. If all these guys are like angels, and your guy's like the one who did all this messed up stuff. I don't know what to do, man. Yeah. Facepalm. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, his argument is literally incoherent, right? If we take his argument seriously, then he brought this up for no reason, because it doesn't have anything to do with Muhammad, right?
And it's his longest point.
Bible, right. The Bible is corrupt because it says David sinned. Okay. So there's no justification for Muhammad then. Or Christians, I mean, what he's trying to say is Christians are hypocrites because David didn't do this, but they believe he did, and they believe it's wrong when David did it, and they believe it's wrong when Muhammad did it. It's incoherent.
Hey,
it's not even a straw man. It's like, look over here. I'm going to say something completely unrelated and hope you don't notice that I haven't addressed the point.
Wanted to bring up a point by Shade here. Shade says, and yours do incest. Who does incest, Shade? This is Shade. He's been defending Islam. Shade, I'm pausing it right now. Pause. I'm pausing this for you. Who does incest?
Mm-hmm. I'll give him a chance to reply, but I think I know where he's going to go.
Yeah. And then Shade says, it's in your Bible. I guess the Bible is wrong.
No.
Who are you talking about, Shade?
Actually inaccurate.
Shade, I actually paused. We want to go through Saif's response, but who are you talking about? Look, Deboran says, Shade, go on. Other people are actually seeing that we're taking time for Shade to respond. Shade, who's doing? Oh, look, the Golem says, Shade, answer. Shade, you said our prophets do incest. Who are you talking about? Matter of fact, I'm going to make this easy for you, Shade. Tell us our prophets who do incest, or I'm going to block you for lying. You just made a claim. Mm-hmm. I'll give you about a minute more. I'm just going to block you. People are saying it. People are saying, come on, Shade. Any response from Shade? I'm being as fair as I can. Boom, boom. That's it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
No one?
Nothing from Shade. I don't know if he ran away or
Nothing from Shade. All right. All right, Thaddeus. See, because I'm going up and looking for his name again to block him. Just tell me if he responds before I block him. I gave him time. He just said it. We don't like it when people are just going to make things up and not actually defend it or even clarify what they mean. So you're looking, you don't see it. I'm looking for his name to block him. All right. All right. I've got him here. No response.
no
No response. Hide user on this channel. That's what you get, Shade. Now people are saying Lot. We all know what he's talking about. That's the point, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, Wait, Chris said he answered. What are you talking about? Where is it?
Wait. I didn't see any answer.
No, he did respond. Let's see. He said Muslims believe that prophets are protected from committing major sins after receiving revelation because they serve as role models and guides for humanity. This concept known as infallibility. You did not respond, Shade. The response was, yeah, it wasn't the question at all. And we're not talking about what you believe. How are you going to take what you believe, which was decided by a theologian more than a century after the time of Muhammad, which is innovation, and then apply that, one, to the Muslim sources, and then to all previous scriptures? How do you do that? You guys are the biggest innovator. You guys are guilty of so much shirk and innovation. It's like laughable at this point. All right. So Shade, yeah, guys, when this happens, you guys do incest. People are saying he answered. Where? He didn't. People are saying he replied.
He said words.
Yeah, he said words.
Right,
he did not answer. I said, who are you talking about here? He did not answer. And so, guys, it's very simple. Oh, people are saying, oh, he's looking. Yeah, we know no, he doesn't need to look. We know what he's talking about. He wanted to say Lot, but Lot is not a prophet in the Bible. That's the point. Your prophets do this. He's not a prophet. Oh, gosh.
And he didn't voluntarily commit incest either. And the descendants of Lot become the enemies of Israel, as the Bible often does, teaches you the moral lesson through the narrative, not stating it directly. Weird stuff.
Yeah, guys, this is, yes, people do bad things in the Bible, and then the Bible exposes them and shows the bad things that happen when people, even important people, do bad things. And the Bible says, see, here's the results. Here's the results of these things. And, oh boy. All right. Let's see. He's apparently still going on.
God Almighty. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us from the lies of the Bible. David alayhi salam is free from such lies.
He is free from such lies. He never did anything. But Muhammad, yes, he banged the wife of his own adopted son after causing the divorce by lusting after her hot boobies. Great point.
Great.
No. Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you.
For a minute.
Invite every single Christian to read the Quran and learn about the true character of the prophets of God. They were the best human beings to ever exist. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam didn't do anything with a married woman like David did in the Bible, who they have no problem to call a true prophet of God. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam waited until Zayd radiyallahu anhu divorced Zainab radiyallahu anhu
after he caused the divorce by lusting after her,
to marry her. And there is nothing wrong with getting married. I know you are used to.
There's nothing wrong with getting married. To who?
Yes, that was my argument. That Muhammad married someone, therefore Islam is false.
Look at this Christian. He has a problem with getting married, you see?
Having girlfriends and mistresses in the West. But in Islam, if a man and woman desire each other, they get married. And by the way, Zayd
hey, he admits that Muhammad desired Zainab. At least he admits that.
anhu was not the adopted son of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because adoption according to Islam is prohibited.
What the heck?
I can't believe he went back. I thought he was
just did it.
With his
he did it. Guys, he just did it. He just did it. He just said, wait, did he say Zayd wasn't his adopted son because adoption is prohibited? And then he gives a verse. So. And then did that just happen? We got to see this. Guys,
we gotta see that again.
What I thought he just said, which if he said this is like worse than everything else. I mean, this is like dumber than everything else. I thought he just said, I must have misheard this. There is no way even Saif could be this dumb. I thought he just said that Zayd wasn't the adopted son of Muhammad because there is no adoption in Islam because of Surah 33 verse 4. Let me back that. I seriously must have misheard that.
The adopted son of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam means to ever exist. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam didn't do anything with a married woman like David did in the Bible, who they have no problem to call a true prophet of God. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam waited until Zayd radiyallahu anha divorced Zainab radiyallahu anha to marry her, and there is nothing wrong with getting married. I know you are used to having girlfriends and mistresses in the West, but
that's what you do, Thaddeus. Okay, now here's the point. Let's see what he says, because I'm trying to think. I must have misheard that, but what else could he possibly be saying? Let's hear.
in Islam, if a man and woman desire each other, they get married. And by the way, Zayd radiyallahu anhu was not the adopted son of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because adoption according to Islam is prohibited.
Like, does he think it was always prohibited? Is that what he's trying to say?
He just said it, right? He just said he wasn't his adopted son. He just said it. He said it, right? I'm not insane, right?
Yeah, that's what he said.
He just said it. Okay, guys, I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read Surah 33, verse 37. Got it? Mm-hmm. Surah 33, verse 37. And when you said to him, to whom Allah had shown favor and to whom you had shown favor, keep your wife to yourself and be careful of your duty to Allah. So the historical background here is Zayd offers, hey, I'll divorce her so you can have her. And Muhammad says, no, keep her to yourself. So when you said to him, keep your wife to yourself and be careful of your duty to Allah, and you concealed in your soul what Allah would bring to light, namely that Allah is going to have you marry her, and you feared men, this is in the Quran, this is criticizing Muhammad for fearing men, worrying about what Allah would say. Worried about what the people would say. And Allah had a greater right that you should fear him. But when Zayd had accomplished his want of her, we gave her to you as a wife. Why? So that there should be no difficulty for the believers in respect of the wives of their adopted sons when they have accomplished their want of them, and Allah's command shall be performed. Allah says the reason you needed to take Zayd's wife, was so that other Muslims will understand that it's okay to take the wives of their adopted sons. Saif just said it's not as Zayd wasn't his adopted son. He's the adopted son all over the Muslim sources. What are you talking about? What? And here's the hilarious part. In order to claim that Zayd was not his adopted son, he says, but Surah 33 verses 4-5 abolish adoption. So there is no adoption in Islam. That was to justify Muhammad taking her. So Muhammad takes the wife of his own adopted son, marries her, starts banging her. People say, hey, that's incest. Then he gets a revelation. No, there is no adoption in Islam. And Saif said, you see, Zayd wasn't his adopted son because there is no adoption. It says it right there in the Quran. Like, again, is he being deceptive or is he this stupid? Thaddeus, just so you know, that's video worthy right there. That little section, right. Like taking that section and responding to it and going through the sources, showing all the passages about Zayd being Muhammad's adopted son, and then this, of course, and the historical background of this whole story, and him saying no, he's not his adopted son. Zayd wasn't Muhammad's adopted son. Zayd, who's called Zayd bin Muhammad, Zayd son of Muhammad, because he's his adopted son. I don't know what to do at this point, Thaddeus.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I gave the Quran reference. Well, I also give that one, I think. But I definitely give the other one too, right? The one that specifically says of your adopted sons, which apparently don't exist according to Saif, because the Quran forbids adoption.
This is nuts. You can Now you can only defend it by either lying or being so insanely stupid that you don't know Zayd bin Muhammad was Muhammad's adopted son. We know the historical background about Muhammad who's a former slave, taking him as an adopted son. We know all this. No, it's not his adopted son. Right there, it says it right there in Surah 33, verse 4. I don't know what to do, man. All right, let's see where
Allah does not place two hearts in any person's chest, nor does He regard your wives as unlawful for you like your real mothers, even if you say they are. Nor does He regard your adopted children as your real children. These are only your baseless assertions, but Allah declares the truth, and He alone guides to the right way. Subhanallah, Zainab radiallahu anha is happy with the marriage. Zayd radiallahu anha is also happy with the marriage, and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is also happy, and you have a Christian in 2024 complaining. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide the Christians back to the truth and accept Islam, the religion of Jesus alayhi salam, and all the prophets of God.
Multiple hadith claim Muhammad loved women and perfume.
Is this a different point?
The last
Hey,
one. Yeah,
he didn't include the number. He didn't include the number here.
He didn't include the number this time. Shame on him.
Oh, boy.
Poor editing.
So, guys, what was his response to that? Muhammad had an adopted son, saw her practically naked, lusted after her. It gets back to Zayd, his adopted son, that Muhammad, his prophet and adopted father, is lusting after his wife. And he says, Muhammad, I'll give her to you. Muhammad says, no, keep her. When according to Allah, by making him lust after her, that was a sign that this means you have to bang her and take her. And then Muhammad's worried about what people are going to say because, oh no, they're going to call me, they're going to accuse me of incest here. Allah says, don't worry about it. You just go ahead and bang her. I'll take care of it. And I'll say that you have to do it because other guys need to understand that they need to do this because, they have adopted sons. And in the same exact passage, abolishes adoption so there's never a situation to arise. And Saif's response is, but what about David in the Bible? He committed murder. How can this be possible? This is impossible. The Bible's a lie. And there is no adoption in Islam because it says it right here.
Uh-huh.
And then all the fans, wow, such a great point. You destroyed him. I could tell by the tone of your voice. You sounded so confident.
Well, then he ends it by saying a Christian in 2024 is saying this, implying that no one has ever said it before. Yeah. I just came up with it on my own.
Yeah.
When you've pointed out it was a major problem in the Islamic sources in the first century of Islam.
Yeah, guys, that's why you have multiple passages in the Quran and the Hadith that are defending Muhammad against this criticism because it was a huge issue for them. Because guess what? Everyone, pagan, Christian, Jew, everyone thought it was a real messed up thing to do to say, hey, here's my adopted son. And my adopted son has been banging that woman for years now. But she's really hot, so I'm going to take her, and then I'm going to bang her after my adopted son's been banging her for years. Turns out everyone thought that was messed up and creepy. And Allah says, no, Muhammad, you have to do it. It's so important. Why is it important? Because other people need to know that it's good to bang the wives of their own adopted sons. That's why you have to do it. But Allah, don't you just also abolish adoption? Yes. So why do we need to do it? Because I need to defend Muhammad no matter what. And that's a law. Defend Muhammad no matter what. And that's what Dawah guys do. So, shocker. Oh my goodness. What is this? Let me go back. I lost the order. Let's see.
I do know what he's going to say a little bit about the 7th point because it was so bad that people were making fun of it. Not on his channel, but people are telling me about it. So I do know a little bit about what he's going to say here. Might be the worst of them all. Might be the worst.
All right, a couple super chats here, and then we get to our last point. Ayatollah says, bro, I just had my 12th kid coming out looking like the Elephant Man. I'm starting to think I should have married all my first cousins. Mystery. By the way, Zainab, Muhammad's first cousin. He wasn't just taking the wife of his own adopted son. He was taking his first cousin from his adopted son. New genre is sci-fi. It's basically sci-fi, but an Abdul comes out midway through and totally misinterprets the point of the story, and it ends abruptly. That would be fun. Benny Born Again says, Grayson Brock has been gaining popularity from Muslims. Latching onto him makes me sad because he's trying to find the truth, but is being deceived. Not familiar with Grayson Brock. You heard of him?
No, I don't know who that is.
Me neither. Saif wears different shirts in the video because it takes days to think up a refutation to each point at a time, and this is the best he can do. Yeah, that's kind of the point. He's doing this over multiple days, watching these points. Thaddeus takes like 15 seconds to make a point. Saif spends days figuring out how to respond to it, and it's, but what about David in the Bible? It says he sinned. Oh, so you see, you are in no position to condemn Muhammad for banging his adopted son's wife, and he wasn't even adopted. Wouldn't it make more sense, even back then, to simply adopt Aisha as a daughter rather than take her as a wife? Forbidding adoption started with Mo's lust and continued to excuse his lust. So weird. There was no reason for him to adopt her. Why? Her parents are still alive. There's no reason to adopt her. He wanted to have sex with her. Not that I'm a Doctor Who nerd. I suspect you are. Because anyone, as a general rule, anyone who starts off with, not that I'm a Doctor Who nerd, is probably a Doctor Who nerd. But I think Saif might have a Dalek stuck in his throat. Exterminate, exterminate. That's got to be something with a robot. So it's got a little robot there.
Yeah. So the Daleks are like this. They're for all intents and purposes, yes, they are robots. They aren't technically, but they're essentially robots that their mission is to exterminate all inferior species everywhere in the world, which of course is everyone.
I tried to watch Doctor Who when I was like a little kid. I'm talking like 4 and 5, and all I remember is the tunnel at the beginning. And it's going through that tunnel. I always thought that was cool, but then it seemed like so dumb once it actually started that I never paid attention. But then my kids started watching it at some point, like 15 years ago or something like that. And I remember the only things that were cool were there was these things that are like statues, but I forget if you look at them or you don't look at them or something like that, then they can move and kill you if you don't look at them or something.
Yeah, while you're looking at them, they can't move, but as soon as you look away, they can move.
Okay, Thaddeus, this is becoming the nerdiest discussion I've ever had in my life. So let's move on.
Sorry.
D. Wood, did you see Ruslan joked about Mike Winger listening to Benny Hinn during his intense workouts? That's funny. That's funny. If everyone starts making fun of Mike Winger, that's going to be funny. We've already seen Cameron Bertuzzi doing it. If Ruslan is doing it, that's really awesome. Hats off to everyone who makes fun of Mike Winger. Thaddeus and Saif are on the same page. Thaddeus knows Mo's actions to be evil, and Saif believes they are good. They have entirely different worldviews. That is a good point. When Thaddeus is saying, hey, here's what Muhammad did, and then Saif goes, no, I will correct you. That's exactly what Muhammad did, and you're wrong. And it's like, what we're saying, you just said he did the exact same thing Thaddeus did. That's the point. They have different worldviews. Thaddeus is like, no, that's what he did, and it's wrong. And Saif, no, but he's the standard, so it's right. Mm-hmm. Allah, Muhammad, you are going to be the prophet. What will you do with the power? Oh, wait. Oh, no, not the 9-year-old girl. Yeah. That is the issue. Need documentary on Mo, but with Sock Puppet Allah. I did Sock Puppet Allah in a video back in the day. AP's the worst atheist ever, making Christianity look like the best alternative. Funny. If this is considered as a full brain, according to them, I'm not sure what half a brain would look like. Smacking my head or shaking my head. Good job, brothers. Yeah, guys, so keep in mind, as messed up as Saif is, women have half the intellectual ability as him, according to him and his prophet. To clarify, it was my internet connection that kept pausing. Oh, okay, I thought you were talking about us pausing it. To clarify, it was my internet connection that keeps pausing an hour and a half ago. Thank you, David Wood, AP, and Thaddeus for this no-holds-barred info. We will continue. Do you think that most Muslims in the West are unaware of these issues? I would say yes. What do you think, Thaddeus?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. When I talk to Muslims in person, the vast majority of the time, if something comes up, which I don't normally bring the things up, right? I don't normally like bring up the morality of Muhammad. But if they're like, what do you have? What is your problem with Muhammad? I'm like, well, for example, he married a 9-year-old girl. And they're like, that is not true. You're disgusting. I'm leaving this conversation right now. So.
Yeah, you have the issue of Aisha. That's one that's like catching on more than other things, but there are still tons of Muslims who don't know about it. And some of these other things, Muhammad and Zainab, and the issue with Muhammad getting caught in the bed of his in the bed of his wife Hafsa with his slave girl and stuff like that. the incredibly vast majority of Muslims don't know about these things. So an issue like Aisha, that's starting to become more known, but some of these other issues, let's just say we got a lot of work to do so that Muslims know about these things. That's why it's very, very important if you can make a video that actually gets Muslims to respond, and then Saif basically goes down, yes, of course he did that. What's the problem? Then all the Muslims are watching going, what? I never heard that at my mosque. Mm-hmm. This is the proof. This is the proof. You guys are wrong because you were right. That's Saif's responses in a nutshell. King David was human after all. Mm-hmm.
Shocking.
I learned so much about fashion from this video. Yeah, he's doing the Saif fashion show. How does this make Muhammad look any better? No idea. What that Saif has said has made Muhammad look any better.
Yeah, I don't think he's defended him once, right?
Yeah, and I think in the context, because I'm looking at the super chats now, they're on the topic of King David. So it's like, yeah, how is complaining about King David making Muhammad look better, especially when the conclusion you draw is that it never happened, that the whole story about King David's made up?
Mm-hmm. It proves that I got my theology from the Constitution of the United States. That's what it proves.
It's got to be. Isa says David is a king in the Bible under Prophet Nathan. Yeah, we would call him a prophet too in terms of receiving revelations and so on. But yep, and Nathan called him out. And David agreed and repented. TBF, it's not a command. Allah never accepted it. I don't know what this is talking about. It's not a command. Allah never accepted it. To be fair, it's not a command. Not sure what you were referring to.
Yeah, if the context is the last point there.
So Muhammad and Zaynab.
Verses. Yeah, there's Quran verses, right?
Yeah, so it's not. I guess what you're saying is it's not a command to have to take the wife of your own adopted son.
Yeah. That's true. It's only allowed. True. It's not commanded to do it. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but the point is, as far as Thaddeus's overarching argument, isn't it suspicious that Muhammad has to come up with all these revelations to justify him wanting to have sex with his adopted son's wife, and then all these other things that come in? And you say, what's the takeaway? What? I mean, matter of fact, this is like the supreme example of what we're talking about. Since he abolishes adoption in order to justify Muhammad's relationship with Zainab, it can't affect anyone after the time of Muhammad. So it's just for Muhammad. This is all just to rescue Muhammad from criticism. So perfect example of raising a red flag here. When I go to a strip club, I'm a top seer too. Top seer too? Is that talking about Muhammad seeing her practically naked?
Yeah, could be.
Drew says he didn't have sex with a married woman. This rotting corpse in Medina had Sophia's husband and family massacred. Go to Jesus who doesn't rot. Yeah, he did have Sophia's husband killed. But yeah, we're talking about Zainab here. And Saif here used the epilogue of that story to justify the opening statement of said story. Adoption, abolishment. Take care of your brain cells, guys. Much love. Yeah. Yeah, he uses the end of the story
to justify what happened in the story.
Yeah, this is
or to say the story's untrue, I guess, actually is what he's saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's saying that there was never a adopted son.
Yeah, again, that's worthy of exposing him on that one, Thaddeus. All right, guys, last point here.
Above all else, well, at least one adds food as well. I don't know about you, but that sure sounds more like a hedonist than a prophet to me.
Men watching.
Okay, so you said Muhammad liked women and perfume and sometimes food. Let's see. Just don't want to. Okay, here we go.
All the prophets of God.
Multiple hadith claim Muhammad loved women and perfume above all else. Well, at least one adds food as well. I don't know about you, but that sure sounds more like a hedonist than a prophet to me.
Men watching this video should be careful. If you love women, you are a hedonist according to this Christian.
What's up?
Just to be clear, this isn't about special revelation anymore. This is the transition to the new section on the gross immorality or the defective character of Muhammad. But he finds this to be especially egregious, so he wants to comment on it.
All right.
I don't know about you, maybe you should check yourself, but we Muslim men truly love women. And subhanallah, the same hadith he tried to attack Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam with refutes all of his lies. Before I read the hadith, please pay attention to the book title and the chapter headings. The book of the kind treatment of women.
Oh, yeah. See, so you had the later hadith scholars who titled this chapter, The Book of the Kind Treatment of Women. Chapter, Love of Women. Oh, yeah, he loved them, all right.
Chapter, Love of Women. He tried to lie about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but failed miserably. This Christian claimed that the hadith...
I like how he puts your little picture up there. This Christian, on my shirt. It looks like he's wearing... Hey, you should screenshot that. It looks like he's wearing a Thaddeus shirt.
Yeah, he's wearing a Thaddeus shirt. That's awesome.
He's got a Thaddeus hoodie. All you have to do is do a little Photoshop so that the strings hang over the pictures. Like just draw a line down there so that the strings continue, and it looks like he's wearing a shirt with your picture on it.
It says that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam loved women in perfume.
Multiple hadith claim Muhammad loved women in perfume above all else.
And this is a lie. Let's read the hadith he referenced together. It was narrated that Anas said, the Messenger of Allah said, in this word, woman and perfume have been made dear to me, and my comfort has been provided in prayer. And the other hadith also says the same thing. They say woman and perfume, not woman in perfume. This is...
Sorry to laugh so much, but I knew what he was going to say.
So you said women and perfume, and then he says it says women and perfume, not women in perfume. Am I understanding that correct? Wait, just to be clear, Thaddeus, everyone watching this, did you guys just catch that? Thaddeus says, hey, women and perfume, and some of them say, and food. And he says, this sounds like a hedonist. It's like just carnal pleasures, and that's what he likes best in the world. And then Saif just criticized you, saying it says women and perfume, not women in perfume.
So he can't understand. Maybe he needs a free English lesson. There's a difference between
I'm just going to replay it. I'm just going to replay it. Hang on.
Loved women in perfume.
He said loved women in perfume. He said it there. This is what you said. Loved women in perfume, not women and perfume.
Yes, that's what I supposedly said. Multiple hadith claim Muhammad loved women in perfume above all else.
Women in perfume.
And this is a lie. Let's read the hadith he referenced together. It was narrated that Anas said, the Messenger of Allah said, in this word, woman and perfume have been made dear to me, and my comfort has been provided in prayer. And the other hadith also says the same thing. They say woman and perfume, not woman in perfume.
Yep. Someone said, someone just said, this is Muhammad hijab level right here. This is
yeah. That's
like saying someone said something that they didn't say and then attacking them for that. Hey, Allah prays for Muhammad. He says, David says Allah prays to Muhammad. It's not to Muhammad. It's for Muhammad. And here's you. Muhammad loved women and perfume. He says women in perfume. It's not. It's women and perfume, which is exactly what you said. Welcome to Dawa.
This is how
so I knew what he was going to say, right? So I was paying attention to your speech closely. You have dropped the D every single time you've said and. That's the way people normally talk. That's the way I talk in the video. But he doesn't hear a D sound, so he's like, this must be in. He has the words of the hadith, which I put the hadith reference on screen. I've obviously read the hadith, and he somehow can't figure out that I'm saying and, as in and without the D. Yeah, everyone says and when they're saying and, right? If you said and all the time, people would think you're weird.
Yeah, this ranks right up there with him saying you got the wrong reference and then putting the reference on the screen, and you had exactly the correct reference. Okay, Dawa.
Expose their lies and deception.
You expose your lies. He said this women in perfume, but it is women and perfume. This liar.
people have nothing of substance against our beloved Prophet sallallahu
Nothing of
alaihi
substance.
wasallam.
Yeah, that's good choice of words there. Nothing of substance, right?
Has he refuted one thing that's been said anywhere in your video so far?
No.
Thaddeus, this is going to be awesome if he continues this series and goes through all 100 reasons. There's just Saif.
I know.
Saif, keep
I
it
hope
up.
he does.
You're doing a great job. Bang up job, buddy. Keep it up.
So they have to lie. But alhamdulillah, we are here to explain.
What'd you lie about? The only lie there is him saying that you said women in perfume, not women and perfume.
And
Was there
even if I said that, right? Even if I said that, that would actually change nothing, right? Even if I was stupid and thought it was women in perfume, women who wear perfume, in other
Yeah, your
words.
point is this sounds
It
like
would
a
not
hedonist.
change the point in any way.
Yeah.
To everybody. They want to extinguish the light of Allah with their mouths. But Allah refuses except to perfect his light.
Yeah, by the way, guys, look at what he's giving right here. Surah 9, verse 32. Just so everyone knows, they want to extinguish the light of Allah with their mouths, but Allah refuses except to perfect his light, although the disbelievers dislike it. What's this passage? Surah 9, verse 29. Fight those who do not believe in Allah. Next verse. Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah. Christians call the Messiah the son of Allah. This is why you have to fight us. This is talking about the things that we say. You're going to silence our speech. They want to extinguish the light of Allah with their mouths, but Allah refuses. Refuses. By the way, the next verse, I don't know if he's going to quote it here. The next verse says, this is why Allah sent Muhammad with Islam, to establish it over all religion. In other words, to subjugate us. What's Saif saying? What is he saying by bringing this up, guys? He's saying that in order to silence people like Thaddeus from criticizing Muhammad, this is why we have to subjugate them. That's called a dog whistle, I believe, to Muslims. Because your average person watching this wouldn't know what this is about. A Muslim who knows this passage would know exactly what this is about. Right?
Although the disbelievers dislike it. And as a reminder, he has no problem accepting David as a prophet, even though in his own Bible, David was a fornicator. He also has no problem accepting Lot as a true prophet of God, even though according to him...
Do you accept Lot as a prophet? Thaddeus, do you accept Lot as a prophet? This is confusing. I don't know anyone who accepts Muslims who accepts Lot as a prophet.
Yeah, I do not accept Lot as a prophet. The narrative makes it quite clear that he was in rebellion to God, and as a result, his descendants became Israel's enemies.
Yep. So you see here, ladies and gentlemen, Saif has proved himself a liar. He said that Thaddeus accepts Lot as a prophet when he doesn't, because Lot isn't a prophet in the Bible, ladies and gentlemen. He's Abraham's nephew. That's who he is.
Lot slept with his two daughters and got them both pregnant. But Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam only saying that women have been made dear to me is where he draws the line. This is what we call clear hypocrisy. And by the way, we Muslims completely reject their lies about the prophets of God.
Clear hypocrisy, right? Because Lot was made drunk by his daughters and they raped him.
Yeah.
And they became pregnant, right?
Yeah.
He left off those verses.
Yeah.
He just went to they became pregnant for some reason.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
And then that's clear hypocrisy because I accept Lot as a true prophet and perfect example for everyone to follow.
When you don't.
And he loved women because he had sex with his daughters while drunk and he was in fact raped. And that's hypocrisy because I accept Lot as a true prophet. And David as a true prophet when he fornicated and did wrong things. And yeah, that's not the point, Saif. The point is that the point isn't that he's wrong for loving women. The point is the Hadith says these are the things he loves best. It doesn't say like prayer or Allah or charity or devotion. It says women, perfume, and food. These are the things that Muhammad loves best in the entire world. Therefore, it seems that he's after, hedonistic, to use my word from the video, material gains. That doesn't sound like a prophet. You'd expect the prophet to be very devoted and be like, I can forsake food. I really don't need perfume. Yes, I have a wife, but I'm not lusting after thousands of women like some other people. No, the Hadith say that Muhammad loved women above all else. And he was trying to imply I'm gay in this. A number of his followers picked up on that. Many, many comments saying, this gay Christian. Yeah, I'm married. I have a wife. I don't lust after other women. I guess that means I'm not like Muhammad, loving all women above all else. I don't know.
Guys, this is Dawah, and it's just going to keep getting worse, because like they're getting the dumbest of the dumb responses, and then they all cheer for it, which encourages other people to just keep doing the same. And they would never encourage Saif to actually be accurate and not stupid in his responses. So anyway, he's coming to the end here.
All the prophets of God are an example for us to follow, and they were
And that is why we must all bang little girls and
the best of all people. You can see how easy it is to refute his arguments. All his reasons are not new and have been refuted multiple times. Just imagine that one of his reasons against Islam is that the Prophet ﷺ is a real man who loves women. So should we
That's so easy, right? So easy that he didn't represent a single point accurately. Made better versions of my arguments in some cases while trying to say I said the opposite. Had to change shirts 5 times. He could just like we literally went through this whole thing without ever seeing any of it, right? That's how easy it was to refute him. He took apparently at least 4 days, probably considerably more time than that, to put this video together. And that's why it's so easy to refute me. So easy that he won't have a live conversation with me. So easy that I'm expecting him to completely ignore this live stream as well and never mention it, and probably discontinue the series that he said, inshallah, I shall continue.
from his argument that Christian men should not love women? Allah yahdi makhlaq. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide us and them to what pleases him and keep us on the straight path. You are not responsible for people's guidance, O Prophet. It is Allah who guides whoever he wills. I hope you benefited from this video. You can
we benefited, Saif. We benefited. We've all learned quite a bit about Dawah right now. I mean, me. I mean, just when I think Dawah cannot possibly get any dumber, any worse, I sit there and watch. We go through an entire 20-minute video from you where you do not represent one criticism accurately, but instead admit all the criticisms are completely valid. You just have a different worldview that you just say, okay, yes, he did all these things and it's good because he's the prophet. That's the point we're making.
This moron doesn't understand that Allah gives special revelations to Muhammad.
Mm-hmm. All right, last couple seconds here.
Also watch this video about the importance of Eid al-Adha in a Muslim country like Morocco. And don't forget to subscribe to not miss any future uploads.
Yeah,
Thank you for watching.
You don't want to miss uploads from this guy, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, guys, this is Dawah. This is Dawah. All right,
amazing.
Take a couple of super chats, and then we'll get some final thoughts from Thaddeus here. Solaria says, no, I meant Allah's rejection of adoption was written in such a way as to be retroactive. Allah insults humanity and says adoption is dumb and not real. That is an issue, guys. I mean, adoption is one of the most humane practices ever, right? Here's a child who lost his parents, died or something like that. I'm going to not just take care of the kid, but if he wants to, I'm going to adopt him into my family. He will now be part of my family. I mean, some of the times it's like a child has been abandoned by his own family. So the kid has no family. And you say, hey, I'm going to accept you into my family. You take a kid in an orphanage. Sometimes it's, the parents died or something like that. Sometimes it's their parents abandoned them and they're in an orphanage. And you say, hey, I mean, think about this. You have a baby. Let's suppose a baby is just dropped off. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to do that. If you just drop a baby off, you have a baby and I don't want the baby. You could just drop the baby off at a police station or a fire department and so on. And then what happens? They find a family to adopt that child. You just raise that child as your own. Mm-hmm. Islam says, what an evil, awful practice. Why? Because that practice could be used to criticize Muhammad for taking the wife of his own adopted son. Therefore, no more adoption. Take care of that child. You can feed him, but under no circumstances will that child ever have a family again. Instead of reaction videos, can you set up live debates? What planet have... Who is this? Because Jesus apologized. How many thousands of debates have we been in?
Modern day debate could help.
Really? I've only done like, what, 10 debates on modern day debate? I've done like, what, between 90 and 100 debates over the years? Yeah, and because Jesus apologetics. And by the way, Thaddeus, didn't you post a video inviting him to come on here and debate this stuff? We can't, because we can't make these guys debate this stuff. We can't make them debate. We offered the chance that this could have been a debate right now. Their choice is to not have a debate. So what? We react to the video. Why? Because they're not going to debate it. So yeah, they are willing to debate. Sometimes some of them are willing to debate certain things on an issue like this. They're not going to debate this. What are they going to debate? You think they're going to debate Muhammad and Zainab? Muslims, pick your debater. We are happy to debate Muhammad and Zainab. We are happy to debate Muhammad and the oath he took about having sex with his slave girl in his wife Hafsa's bed. We're willing to debate all these things. Ready, just let us know. But yeah, sorry, they're not going to debate that. Buff IP says, all these winger nerds talking about anime and Doctor Who need to go. By the way, Vinland Saga is a cool anime that plays with existential ideas and even references Ecclesiastes in doing so. Sounds like IP. Buff IP. Mike Rochwinger says, Thaddeus, what are your thoughts on Mike Winger? Careful what you say.
Yeah,
Thaddeus.
yeah. I'm going to have to plead the fifth on that one.
Yeah, so there you have it. He thinks Mike Winger is a complete embarrassment to theology and Christian apologetics, but doesn't want to face the wrath of the Wingerlings for exposing Mike Winger. So you got to leave it to people like me. I'll expose Mike Winger, and other guys just let them maintain their silence. And it was a play on the word tafsir misspelled. Oh, okay, that earlier one. Okay, all right, Thaddeus. Oh, I want to point out here, ladies and gentlemen, there's a link to Thaddeus's channel in the description box. There's a link to Seif's video in case anyone wants to watch it without our interruptions. You can watch it. Just see if he's making more sense when we're not discussing what he's saying. See if he makes more sense. There's a link to his video. And there's a link to Thaddeus's video, 100 Reasons Islam is False. We've looked at the first 7. Again, it's not terribly long because he's going through them pretty quickly. He's going through them rapid fire. So the link to that video is in the description box. You might want to get a heads up because according to Seif, he's going to be going through more of these until he's gone through all 100. And if his other responses are even half as brilliant as his responses to this, we're going to have a lot of fun going through them in the future. But Thaddeus, summary thoughts on any of this stuff, on our good friend Seif Talk, on Dawah in general. What are your thoughts? Do you feel like you've been refuted at all?
Yeah, I mean, he totally refuted every imaginary point. Well, actually, that's not even true. Even his straw man, he didn't necessarily refute. But I think the highlight to me was when he was like, "You stupid idiot! Muhammad got extra wives because he gets special privileges from Allah," which was exactly my actual point for all of the points. Yes, some of them were also grossly immoral, but that section of the video is technically special revelation of Muhammad. Section 2 is immoral things of Muhammad. Had plenty of other immoral things without any of those. And this was the easiest section, right? I intentionally started with the things that were the least logically sound. Now they might have a lot of emotional impact, but logically speaking, someone receives special revelation doesn't prove anything technically. As I go through the video, I build to the strongest ones. The last dozen or so, I think, are 100% completely irrefutable, no matter what excuses you make up. Like, you can't just say that Allah sets morality, so you stop using your moral judgments or anything along those lines. And he totally failed at the easiest, right? This is literally the easiest. He could have said, yes, this looks a little bad, but we have good reasons to believe Muhammad's a prophet, so it doesn't bother us. And I would have said, okay, that's a legitimate response. Instead, he said, everything you're saying is correct. By the way, let me add some additional points you didn't bring up about things that support what you said. And the Bible. The Bible says bad things, but it's not true. So I don't actually have any reason for bringing this up other than I couldn't come up with anything and I needed to fill some space.
And that's pretty much Dawa. You know, it's weird, Thaddeus. I feel like if you were just joking, and put on a kufi and a thawb, and you were joking and tried to respond to your own points, I think you would have done a better job than Saif. I think that either one of us, or AP, I think that any one of us, if we were like joking about our responses in defending Muhammad, if we would actually criticize that video, I think we could have done better than Saif, which means it's theoretically possible to do better. But I mean, guys, think about this. The vast majority.
No, I think you could do better.
Yeah. So the idea is that the vast majority of Muslims will not touch these issues. The ones who are willing to respond to the issues about Muhammad and Mary the Copt and so on, this is what you get. Mm-hmm. And guess what, guys? That's why they don't respond to these issues, because there are people watching going, like, you always have your fans who will just mindlessly agree with whatever you're saying, Saif. But other people are going, oh my goodness, that's the best they can do to defend Muhammad against these things? I guess the earlier generation, the previous generation of Muslim scholars who wouldn't allow anyone to hear this stuff were right. We can't defend it. It's just humiliation and embarrassment for Muhammad. But have to say, Saif, I'm glad you're defending Muhammad. Please keep it up and try to encourage some of your fellow Dawa guys. Try and encourage some of your fellow Dawa guys to stand up and respond to Muhammad's relationship with Zainab, and to respond to Muhammad telling his followers they can have 4 wives while he gets more. Tell them to do more in defense of Muhammad's relationship with Aisha and all these various issues. Please, we want more. We want more Dawa. We need it. It's awesome stuff. All right, guys. So anyway, links are in the description box. You can check out stuff there. And I think I'll be back tomorrow on Jai Apologetics. Be doing a show with him. I believe that's 4 p.m. Eastern time. I'll be on there with Jai and Chris from Speaker's Corner. And then in the evening with AP. Got the links to Thaddeus's channel and to the video that we were going through earlier. Check those out. And again, because we only went through 7, there's a lot more. So get a heads up so that you know what Saif is going to respond. I will be shocked if he keeps going through this and makes it to the end. I mean, absolute. Saif, let me say it here. I do not believe you will actually go through all 100 points, because I believe that you are going to cause so much damage to the faith of your viewers along the way that I believe you will recognize at some point that you're doing way more harm than good, and you'll give it up. If you want to prove me wrong and completely humiliate me and get bragging rights to the point where I was going, whoa, I thought there's no way this guy's going to go through all 100 points, and here he's done it. I will acknowledge, if you make videos responding to all of them and you make it through all 100, I will acknowledge that I was wrong about you, and that you, sir, are the man for continuing through all of that. Prove me wrong, Saif. Prove me wrong. See what happens. All right.
Please do.
Catch y'all later.